politics lead. It is election night in America. We got the CNN election jam going here for you. 5 states holding several major primaries, setting up critical races that will help determine the balance of power in Congress. In just 1 hour, polls are first going to close in the Commonwealth of Virginia, followed by Missouri at 8 Eastern time. Most polls in Michigan and Kansas also close at that time, with the last polls in those states closing an hour later at 9 Eastern. The last polls close at 11 Eastern. That's in Washington. But right now, Washington State, I should be clear. Right now, most eyes are on the battleground state of Michigan, where the future of the Democratic Party, that battle is taking center stage. Progressive former public health official Dr. Abdul El-Sayed versus the more moderate candidate, Congresswoman Haley Stevens. CNN's Jeff Zeleny is at a polling location in Detroit. Jeff, what are you seeing?
Well, Jake, throughout the day, voters here have been casting ballots on a variety of measures, as you can see from the signs here at this polling place. But as we've been talking to voters all day long, it's clear that Senate primary race is really exposing the deep divisions inside the Democratic Party. Abdul El-Sayed, no doubt about it, has progressive energy behind him, but Haley Stevens also has some of that establishment support behind her. African-American voters are her key to winning here. There's no doubt about that. Young voters are Abdul El-Sayed's key to victory as well. But as we talked to voters throughout the day, they were giving their indications of who they were voting for, and more importantly, why.
I think electability is huge, and Democrats have fallen on the wrong side of electability. I think Dr. El-Sayed has made a great point that if Michigan has voted for Donald Trump several times, clearly they want something different. They want change. He is a type of change.
I like Haley Stevens. She's a female. I like the work that she done. The other gentleman might have gotten my vote, but when he did uncommitted, that's a deterrence because that helps the Republican Party.
So there's no question that this primary will determine the direction of the Democratic Party, the establishment versus progressive fight that we have seen throughout the day. But, Jake, we also spent some time in Grand Rapids, Michigan, Western Michigan earlier today, a different electorate there as well. So this is the first statewide test of this fight between progressives and the establishment. But it's also turning on Michigan issues. But overall, after spending a few days here talking to so many voters, Jake, there is a deep, urgent call for change, and even among Democrats here. So the status quo, which Congresswoman Haley Stevens is because she's in the House, many voters are clearly looking for something and someone new. Jake?
Jeff Zeleny, JZ in Detroit. Thank you, sir. Joining us now, Democratic Congresswoman Hillary Scholten of Michigan, who has endorsed Congresswoman Haley Stevens in the Michigan Senate race. So, Congresswoman, take a listen to what Congresswoman Stevens said earlier today about her opponent, Dr. Abdul El-Sayed.
Should he get the nomination, whatever, I'm a sitting Democratic Congresswoman, till January 2nd of next year, whatever he wants me to do, should he get the nomination. But I'm also going to be working with everyone who has voted in the Democratic primary and everyone who is going to go to the polls in November.
Dr. El-Sayed said over the weekend that he, too, would support Stevens if she gets the nomination. But you seemed to suggest last time we spoke that you're going to be reluctant to back El-Sayed if he wins.
Well, Jake, let's be clear first. The polls are still open here. We've got, less than 2 hours, but folks are just getting off of work and they're going to the polls now. So this race is anything but from over. We clearly see, Mr. El-Sayed leading in the polls right now, but I can tell you there was a lot of energy out for Haley Stevens as well. We heard from a voter earlier who felt that, Abdul's participation in the uncommitted movement, which handed Michigan to Donald Trump, has actually led to worse healthcare outcomes, higher prices for individuals. And this sort of all or nothing politics really matters to a lot of people. And, I think it's really important to remember, this race is anything from over. And, we'll see what happens later tonight.
You are a stronger arguer against El-Sayed than Haley Stevens has been, in my view. You have been more forceful. You're not doing so right now, and I understand why. But, I don't hear her making that point as aggressively as you have about the uncommitted movement. Do you think she's pulled her punches for some reason?
I've seen that. I have seen her. I have seen and heard her say that many times on the campaign trail. And there were ads running constantly, with featuring Governor Gretchen Whitmer after her endorsement, talking about his participation in the uncommitted movement. And I think this is a really important point. Healthcare is one of the number one issues right now. It's a big talking point for Abdul. He relies on his medical degree and, his past work as an epidemiologist, talks about Medicare for all, which sounds enticing when people are struggling, right? Here's this option. Haley Stevens also supports universal health care, right, with a public option. But the difference is Haley Stevens has worked towards it. She has the results. She's got the receipts. Abdul participated in a movement that ultimately ushered in a Republican trifecta, and Trump, who oversaw one big, beautiful bill. And, millions of Americans are going to lose their health care as a result and will be paying more for their health insurance now that the Affordable Care Act subsidies have gone away. And, let me be clear. I'm just simply not willing to, start writing the obituary on these campaigns just yet.
I get it.
But, if we come to the other side of this, votes have to be earned, endorsements have to be earned. And I have some serious concerns, which I stand by, and whoever emerges from this primary is going to have to answer for those concerns. And those are numerous. But in fact, Abdul is doubling down on some of the concerns that I've raised in the closing days of this primary.
There have been a lot of people in the Jewish community who have criticized Dr. El-Sayed for campaigning with Hassan Piker, for constantly talking about AIPAC. I just want to get your sense of something, because during a recent roundtable on anti-Semitism, your fellow Democrat, the Attorney General of Michigan, Dana Nessel, who's Jewish and progressive, she said she's going to skip the Michigan Democratic Party's nominating convention. She said, quote, "I don't feel safe going. I feel like my presence isn't going to be welcome. I don't want to get chased around. I don't want to get harassed. I don't want to get yelled and screamed at. I don't want to get booed off the stage, irrespective of what I'm saying. And I believe that if I go, this is what will happen, because it's been happening to me." And Lon Johnson, the former chair of the Michigan Democratic Party, has also raised concerns about some alarming behavior against Jews in the state that seems to be tolerated by the Michigan Democratic Party. What's your reaction?
Yeah, I see those concerns. I share those concerns. We've seen it break out on college campuses across Michigan. And that's why I have also raised a lot of concerns about the fact that, Abdul has brought in Hassan Piker to these college campuses, a place that has already been rife with this conflict, where, we have heard, Jewish students, but not just Jewish students, other students feel unsafe because of this really violent rhetoric. And here you have, a candidate for one of the highest offices in the United States of America, bringing in this very controversial individual to campaign for him. Not only did he bring him in earlier in the campaign, Jake, he brought him in as his closer here in Michigan. You think about this, right? Elections are about choices. What is the message that you want to send to your voters, right? And Abdul El-Sayed chose to bring in Hassan Piker, not a Michigander, an outside podcast influencer who once said America deserved September 11. Just last week, he added a framed picture of the September 12 New York Times front page with the World Trade Towers burning in the background to show off on his Twitch stream. Yep. This is who Abdul El-Sayed chose to bring in for his close, right? Those aren't my words. That was his choice. That's the message that he was choosing to send to voters. Haley Stevens spent yesterday with me at a roundtable in Muskegon Heights with some incredible entrepreneurs, Black women-owned small businesses, listening to them and learning how she could hit the ground running and serve them better.
I guess we'll see.
Closed out the night with two Michigan public servants, Debbie Stabenow and me, talking about the ways that we're going to serve Michigan.
And we'll see which one of those visions Democratic voters in Michigan go for. Congresswoman Hillary Scholten of Michigan, thanks so much. Todd Blanche is now one step closer to being confirmed as U.S. Attorney General. Can President Trump's former personal lawyer clear this final hurdle? That's next.
Houses can be a lot like lungs.
Of dead pedophile Jeffrey Epstein and his twisted network of abusers are grappling with today's news that Todd Blanche is now one step closer to becoming Attorney General after his nomination was approved by the Senate Judiciary Committee and is advancing to a full Senate vote. While he was Deputy Attorney General, Blanche completely oversaw the rollout of the Epstein files that exposed victims' information and photos while redacting information on potentially not so innocent people in Epstein's circle. It was a rollout that even Vice President Vance has acknowledged was mishandled. Let's discuss all of this with Epstein survivor Danny Bensky, who testified during Blanche's confirmation hearing, urging senators to consider what she and other Epstein survivors went through. So, Danny, first of all, as always, this is probably a lot.
Yeah.
And, like, you're here to talk about the worst experience of your life.
Yeah.
To get people to care, and too many of them don't.
Yeah.
How are you?
I mean, what a disheartening day, right? It was just like, it's hard to not feel like the wind was knocked out of democracy in a big way, right? Like, we're watching somebody who, like, Todd Blanche has never, he's not doing his job. His job is to find investigative leads and pursue them. He's not doing his job. He's broken the law. He's exposed survivors.
Broken the law by not honoring the
EFTA,
the Epstein Survivors Law,
Files
right?
Transparency Act, right? So that, I mean, right now he was arguing with us when we were in that meeting over if the number was 6 million documents or 3 million documents. We know that there's a lot still out there. Recently, there was a report that came out about these training videos that the FBI was using, and we can't find those anywhere. We see proffer agreements being talked about within the files, but then you can't find the proffer agreement. Maria Farmer's 1996 report, like the list goes on and on. And so even in our meeting, you know, when we were talking about, he said, when 6 million files come out, and he's like, nope, 3 million. And we're like, okay, we're not even going to go there because that's a waste of our time to talk about. So let's redirect.
Did he display any sympathy or humanity? I mean, this is a guy who has a daughter.
Yeah.
I mean, I get that he's a political operative and an apparatchik in his way, but like, was there any like, hey, I'm really sorry what you went through?
There wasn't really an I'm sorry moment. It was more of, you know, this is your space to air your grievances, but then would spin everything. And so it was that's why it's gaslighting Palooza. It was very much like, tell me how you're feeling and then spin it. Oh, I never said that. That wasn't the wording that I used. So it just did not go well.
So Cheyenne Hunt, who is a lawyer and an activist on behalf of women who have been sexually abused or raped, and she's been on the show several times, so I'll just mention her because people know her.
Yeah.
She posted a video of an interaction in the Capitol between you and Senator Thom Tillis, who was one of the 2 Republican holdouts.
Yeah.
His issue was the anti-weaponization fund. He's gotten reassurances on that. Here's a little bit of the video.
Yeah.
What I'm hoping to do is I want to meet not with the attorneys, but with the survivors.
We would love that.
And have a discussion about next steps. Because the only thing I didn't hear in there, I want to see specific action items.
Yes.
And some of that can even have to do with the investigation.
Exactly. So that's why we have this.
My office is right around the corner.
Okay.
If you go right in this first door here, I got to rush. I'm trying to meet Senator Grassley. He's on the floor.
Okay.
But I want to have that meeting.
We would love
but
that.
I don't want suits in the room.
Yeah.
I want
No,
victims
we just want
and
to
me.
talk to you. That would be
Yeah,
totally
okay.
fine. No.
So she posted that Wednesday. Is that when the interview was?
Yeah.
Wednesday? So this, I'm not interview. That's when it was.
That's when
So 6 days ago. If I know you,
Yeah.
Danny, you went right to his office as soon as he said that. And what did you ever get to meet with him?
Well, 10 of us went, you know, with the full Survivor sister crew. You know, we went and we were waiting for him. And they said that we could potentially meet with him on Wednesday. And then we waited for 45 minutes and his schedule shifted. We couldn't meet with him. I sent 3 follow-up emails. World Without Exploitation, who we work with very, very closely, also sent emails, and we did not get the meeting. And I think it was so incredibly shameful that he cast his vote today without meeting us.
So Donald Trump cannot afford to lose more than, he can't afford to lose 2 Republican votes, I think, because the Senate's in the balance and Mitch McConnell's not there.
Right.
So Susan Collins has said she's a no.
Yes.
We don't know the positions of Lisa Murkowski of Alaska and Bill Cassidy of Louisiana.
Yeah.
I was just told that the Utah Senator John Curtis has told Politico that he's going to vote yes.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I'm
okay.
sorry to break that news.
Yeah, because I think Sullivan and Curtis were both people that we were looking at speaking with this week, and I hope that we can set up a meeting still, because I do think they need to hear all the information.
Murkowski is somebody who has talked in the past about how she was a survivor of rape.
Yes.
And she's going to meet with you. You have
Her office has been incredible. So I actually popped in today to see one of her staffers, and I know she'll be meeting with a couple of survivors tomorrow. And so we want to make sure that we're really meeting with her and not her staffers, right? We want to make sure that we're getting that FaceTime in and talking about the investigative leads, the redactions and how poor, and just the real issues at hand. Because right now it feels like all we're talking about is the slush fund, which of course, like, money is important, but isn't victims' rights important too? Like, I feel like this is, Todd Blanche is a career prosecutor. He says that he's tough on crime, and yet we're not getting any justice for victims in this country. So I think the two should be hand in hand at the least.
Danny Bensky, thank you so much.
Thank you
Come
so
back
much.
anytime.
Thank you, Jake.
It's been nearly 100 years since Kansas elected a Democrat to the Senate, but one man thinks he can possibly change that. He's going to join us to explain why next.
Your mental health is better.
Sixth lead. It is election night in America. Voters in 5 states are casting ballots in primaries that will shape the fight for control of the House and the Senate. In Kansas, where polls will close in just a little over an hour, 11 Democrats are competing to take on the Republican incumbent Senator Roger Marshall. Among those 11 is Adam Hamilton. He's the pastor of the nation's largest United Methodist Church and the field's top fundraiser. And Pastor Adam Hamilton joins us now. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. So recent polls show you leading this primary, but Kansas has not elected a Democratic U.S. Senator since 1932. Why do you think you're the Democratic Party's best chance to flip this seat?
Well, thank you for asking. First of all, I have name recognition across the state. And so there's a lot of people who know me. People know that I care. I've been a pastor for 38 years. I care about people. I listen to people, which is something our current sitting senator does not do. And we solve problems. Our congregation has been engaged in solving problems in Kansas City related to poverty, children in poverty, making sure that people had access to food, caring for vulnerable people. And folks know that. We actually get things done. And our current senator is getting things done, just the wrong things. He's doing things that are harming people in Kansas, and they're fed up.
The rise of progressive and democratic socialist candidates has exposed divisions within your party, the Democratic Party. You have pitched yourself as a bridge builder. How would you help unify the party, and what do you make of all these very progressive, very left-wing DSA candidates with the momentum in the Democratic Party right now?
Yeah, I don't know that that's a momentum across the country. I really am not focused on those DSA candidates. I'm focused on Kansas and what Kansans need and who we are in Kansas. We're the heart of America. We are in the heartland, and we're centrist people. We're people who are both Republicans and Democrats. We want somebody who's going to bring us together, and that's what I can do. It's what I've done at the church I serve. 24,000 members, 35% are Republicans, 35% are Democrats, 30% are independents. And right now in our country, we need bridge builders. We need people who are going to bring us together. And I'd say this, Jake, I was in Holton, Kansas, and I had a guy come up to me and he said, you know what, I'm a single issue voter. And I was wondering what his single issue was going to be. I was expecting, I had some ideas. And he said, here's my single issue. And I'm not going to vote for anybody who doesn't believe that we should love our neighbors, we love ourselves. That's what I'm looking for in a candidate. And I heard that again and again from people across Kansas. They're frustrated with Washington. They're also tired of people who are dividing them. And they want people who can bring us together to solve really big problems. And it's going to take Republicans and Democrats working together to solve those really big problems.
Democrats and Democratic-leaning voters say that your party, needs major changes, if not complete reform. What do you think Democrats are getting wrong on a national level that you could help fix as a senator?
Well, I'll tell you again, I'm focused on Kansas, not on national Democrats. And what I can say is that we've got to. So Congress has to speak up to executive power. Right now, we've got people who are cowardly lions in the Senate who are not speaking up for their people in their own home states. We got to solve the issue. So right now in Kansas, since January 2025, more than 30,000 people have come off of health care. They don't have health care anymore since January 2025. 10,000 kids not receiving SNAP benefits anymore. These are kids going to bed hungry. That shouldn't happen in America. That is just not who we are. And I think we have to focus on the needs of the people in our own states. We need to care about them, listen carefully to them, and look to see, how are we making sure that government is not harming people in our states, but instead doing what government is meant to do, and that is ensuring that we are helping people to prosper and thrive. And so I think to the degree that Democrats nationally are focused on the people in their own state and asking, how can we do what government's supposed to do to work for the people, then I think the Democratic Party is going to be okay.
Pastor Adam Hamilton, thank you so much. Good luck.
Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Coming up next, our panel reacts to our interview with Republican Congressman Max Miller amid growing pressure for him to drop his re-election bid. Stick around.
We know why you've put off your best smile.
In our panel, more reaction to the lead exclusive. We talked earlier with Republican Congressman Max Miller, strongly pushing back on allegations that he physically abused his ex-wife and his young daughter and his ex-girlfriend and a girl in high school. Karen, your reaction to the interview and what it might mean for his reelection.
It was intense. I got to say that, Jake. And I thought you did an excellent. I'm sure this is going to only be bad for you for me to say. I think you did a good job holding a speech at the fire. Sorry.
Please don't say that.
Sorry. It was terrible. You let him off the hook. But here's the second piece. That just followed the conversation you just had with one of the Epstein survivors.
Yeah.
Is really powerful in the fact that we're having these conversations. And look, the Republican Party is going to have to decide, are you going to tolerate that in your party? Clearly, this is someone who needs to go and fight these battles. That may not mean this is the right time for him to also try to be a member of Congress, because he keeps saying he's innocent. Well, then go deal with that instead of trying to have it both ways. I found it very, very disturbing.
He said in our interview, and also according to him, he said to President Trump, hey man, I remember in 2016, all these allegations about you, but you stayed and fight and you became the president. And I think there are a lot of Republicans who see that as the new, not just Republicans, a lot of politicians who see that as the new template.
That dog ain't go hunt.
No.
Because he's not Trump. People try to, say, well, Trump did this. No, we've seen over and over again that this whole idea of a Trump 2.0 or even Trump 1.5 simply doesn't exist. The interview, yeah, I agree with you on the interview. But this guy, you heard from a Republican senator. You're hearing from not just his ex-wife. Apparently, there are other people who have been involved. And the thing that Trump did here, and I think people need to realize is, Trump didn't call for him to get out, much like he didn't call for Pastor Mark Robinson out of North Carolina. He didn't call for him to get out. He tried to push him out. Mark Robinson then withdrew from the race. I think the assumption is that because Trump is so influential, he's been able to turn elections, that the phone call enough would have been enough for this guy to say, okay, well, I'm out of here.
But there's a hypocrisy to say that if you can look at what we're talking about with Max Miller and say, that's wrong, how can Republicans then defend voting in support of Todd Blanche, who is essentially protecting pedophiles who are in the Epstein files?
Well, I think that the Todd Blanche thing is a little different. And even my case with the Epstein, I think that these victims or survivors or alleged victim needs to be heard. But I'm at the point now that we've heard so much about the Epstein files that we need to just release more information. I'm now at the point that the victims themselves need to release the names of the people. They know who they are.
They're afraid.
I understand them being afraid, but the fact that this has now captured the nation and we're still talking about this, about what the Department of Justice needs to release. The victims themselves know the name, and they said even on that, when they were on the steps of the House, that they had the names, that they were going to read them from the floor. At this point, the victims, if they feel as if DOJ or members on the Hill are not cooperating with them, they need to release the
Well,
names
you know what
themselves.
needs to happen? Then here's my Solomonic compromise, okay? They should meet with Congressman Thomas Massey. And Thomas Massey should read everything on the floor of the House where you are protected.
Did he say he was going to do that?
He suggested he might.
NTG.
I think he did a few. He did a few, but he didn't this is my proposal. All the victims should talk to Thomas Massey. Thomas Massey should read all the names when he will not be sued. He cannot be sued for what he says on the floor. So I feel like I've solved the problem.
Okay.
So
all right.
the midterms are approaching. Big election night in Michigan. What are you looking for, and then what are you looking for?
In Michigan, whether or not the Democratic Socialist actually wins.
He's not a Democratic Socialist.
He's DSA adjacent.
He said, I'm a capitalist.
Yes, correct.
The DSA.
Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed is who you're referring to. You're
Whether
looking
or
to see
not
if there are two House guys House candidates who are DSA.
Okay, but that's
anyway. Go ahead.
Whether or not he wins, but I'm also looking next door. I think it's in Missouri. What happens in the governor race there? Because it seems as if that may be a race that may be tilting now to
Wisconsin.
Wisconsin. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Wisconsin. That race is actually going to be. They're saying that it may switch now to Republican from the Democrat.
I think the outgoing Democratic governor, Evers, has said that if the woman who's in the lead right now in Wisconsin wins, that the Republican has a better chance.
I have heard that. Look, for Michigan, I think the most important thing is to pay attention to what voters are telling us. And it came earlier today in a clip from one of our correspondents who's there, and a woman said, I want the Democrats to fight for the things they say they're for, the way I see Republicans fighting for Trump. And so I think that tells you a lot about what is really going on the ground. That is, who do they trust to fight for them? Haley Stevenson's done a great job being on the ground, fighting hard, not ceding the ground, but so has
Well,
Abdul.
El-Sayed is,
we'll
I
see.
think it's impossible to conclude that anyone other than El-Sayed is the change candidate in that race, right? He's the insurgent candidate, he's the change candidate, and I think he has made, we'll see what happens.
Yep.
But I think he has made that case very well.
And he's a fresh face. And look, he has a number of accomplishments from his time at the health department, like dropping medical debt for 300,000 Michiganders.
Thanks to both of you. We'll be right back. In the moment, authorities arrested the man they say set one of the 3 wildfires in Washington state near Spokane. The man was in court today, formally charged with first-degree arson. Since Saturday, the fires have scorched more than 10,000 acres and destroyed upwards of 700 homes. Court records show the same man arrested on arson charges served time in prison for the 2010 killing of his father, shot during an argument over washing dishes. You can follow me on Facebook, Instagram, Threads, X, Blue Sky, and on the TikTok at Jake Tapper. You can follow the show on X and Instagram at The Lead CNN. If you ever miss an episode of The Lead, you can watch a show on the CNN app. Aaron Burnett Out Front starts now.
Up front next, breaking news. Max Miller defiant. The Republican congressman facing domestic abuse allegations tells CNN he's done nothing wrong and won't quit his race. Is he about to lose that once safe seat for the GOP? Plus, more breaking news. The president reading Jeanine Pirro the, quote, riot act over the reflecting pool. This as we are learning what was in that very large box that Pirro rolled into her meeting with him. And it's election night in America. We're live in Michigan for the most contentious and anticipated Democratic primary of the year. Let's go out front. Good evening, everyone. I'm Kate Baldwin in for Aaron Burnett. Out front tonight, the breaking news. A Republican congressman clings to power in the face of disturbing allegations. Speaking out on CNN moments ago, Congressman Max Miller of Ohio is defending himself against domestic abuse allegations and growing calls for him to quit Congress. Miller's once safe Republican seat could now be in danger amid all of this. Miller denies all wrongdoing, any wrongdoing, and he's telling Jake Tapper that he's not bowing to pressure to get out.
I am never going to give up. And what I mean by that is my daughter's going to grow up one day, and she's going to see all of this. And she's not going to see that her father caved to political and social media pressures for something that he never did. I will never, ever, ever let my baby girl see her dad walk away as a quitter.
Miller is forcefully pushing back on the allegations from his ex-wife that he abused her. Emily Moreno says that Miller held a gun to her head, threw hot water at her, and allegedly threw her against a wall during a custody exchange. Miller has never been charged, and again, he denies that he ever abused her. Miller's interview on CNN comes hours after he made the highly unusual move of himself asking the House Ethics Committee to investigate the allegations against him. Now, his father-in-law, Republican Senator Bernie Moreno, also of Ohio, is calling on Miller to resign. The senator laying out his own allegations against Miller, including an anecdote from recently when Moreno says he picked up his 2-year-old granddaughter from Miller at an Ohio police station, where Moreno says the custody exchanges occurred because of their concern about Max Miller.
She comes over, gets in our car, we drive away, and if anybody who's a parent, she has a little blue bunny that she sleeps with. Max would not hand over the little blue bunny. Literally held it hostage for 48 hours. This girl is crying at night because she can't sleep without her little blue bunny. And his answer is, I'm just not going to give it to you. So finally yesterday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, yesterday, he lets the little blue bunny go. This is the level of total and complete depravity.
Depravity, how the senator is describing it. Senator Moreno also spoke about the impact that this very public fight is having on his entire family.
This is truly the 7th level of hell. This has been a horrific experience for my entire family. My daughter lives in constant fear of this man. Not like something that's existential, but deeply in her heart, she fears what this guy is capable of.
So Miller, when asked about his former father-in-law's push for him to get out of this race and even to resign Congress, he turned it around on Moreno, saying this to Jake Tapper.
He has taken 2 years to publicly acknowledge for me to resign from my seat. Why is that, Jake?
Moreno, though, said earlier that he didn't speak out sooner because his daughter asked him not to. Republicans now worry that Congressman Miller, will squander this once safe House seat that he now is sitting in. One of the nation's top election forecasters, Larry Sabato, he just moved the race towards Democrats. And Miller tonight just passed over a deadline to remove his name from the ballot in his reelection in Ohio. And he now faces another deadline, a Monday deadline, in order for Ohio officials to be able to replace him on the ballot. So there's still to come, but he's already passing over these deadlines and definitely says he's not getting out. Manu Raju, out front live on Capitol Hill. Manu, what are you hearing tonight?
Publicly, not a whole lot from top Republicans. Privately, major concerns because of the concerns about this terrible election environment that Republicans are now in. And now with Max Miller, we're facing these very serious allegations in a district that Donald Trump had won comfortably back in 2024, worried that all of that combined with this bad environment could be enough to flip a critical House seat when each seat is so pivotal in the battle for the overall House majority. Now, one person we have not heard from publicly, Kate, is the Speaker of the House himself. Mike Johnson has not weighed in about this in the aftermath of the recent comments by Max Miller over the weekend and into today. The House is out of session. The Speaker is making an appearance tomorrow in Arizona. We'll see how he deals with it then, but expect him and perhaps other top Republicans to point to the ongoing ethics process that is now happening in the House. The House ethics investigation announced today at the urging of Max Miller himself, but that ethics probe could drag on for months, potentially even years, which means that Max Miller, if he decides not to go with him drop out for re-election, he will be on the ballot because it is a matter of days in which there could be a process to replace him if he were to decide to resign imminently. But just like other members are not calling on him publicly to resign, the president himself has also not called him publicly to step aside. Miller told me earlier today that the president, quote, never told him to drop out of this race, although Miller did tell Jake Tapper that the president said that this race would be tough if he continued to run. But what you heard there from Miller, defiant, deciding to run despite these very, very serious allegations and major concerns within the GOP ranks.
Yeah,
Kate.
It's good to see you, Manu. Thank you so much. Now, everyone is here with me now, listening to all of this and where we've been. Essie, it's this, what we've just seen. You have all told there are 3 different women who have made allegations of violence against Max Miller now, including his ex-wife. And you have a sitting senator saying everything that Bernie Moreno just went out and said. What do you do with this? What do you make of it tonight?
Well, just as a woman, I was very uncomfortable watching him play the victim in that interview with Jake Tapper. I was very uncomfortable watching him in the video he released on Sunday, where he offered this proof to him that these allegations were false? Would she, my ex-wife, have gone and made me dinner a couple days later? The more people see of this, the more uncomfortable they're going to be with him. So to me, there is no question that he is imperiling this seat. And the only, I think, proof you need is to ask yourself, if you are Brian Poindexter, his Democratic opponent, who do you want to be facing? Do you want to be facing some little-known state rep that they put in that seat that is not being accused of domestic violence and child abuse? Or do you want to run against Max Miller? I think you want to run against Max Miller. So the longer this goes on, I think the tougher this race is going to be. And that's just talking about the politics of this and not the humans behind this ugly, really, really sad, sick story. But on the politics, I think it's clear. His defiance is going to cost him this seat.
Manu mentioned the phone call that Miller had and talked to Jake about that he had with Trump. And it was interesting how he talked about it and described his conversation with Trump. Yeah, Trump said it, your race is going to be tough. But Miller described it in an interesting way that I think is illustrative. Let me play part of this.
He called me and he said, Maxie, it's going to be a tough race. And he said, I don't know if you're going to be able to, pull this one out. And you know what, Jake? I reminded him of the same resilience that he had when people told him that he was going to struggle in 2016 and he became the 45th president of the United States.
And that was the second time, actually, in the interview that Miller brought up, kind of like flipped it on this is just like Trump's resilience. Trump stuck with it in the face of allegations. A choice, clearly a choice. Yeah. And we've seen this before with others. What do you think of this?
We know who he is trying to ingratiate himself to Trump. That audience of one is part of the reason why he's being so defiant. I think to the question of why won't he drop out, he's running the playbook that Donald Trump has made clear for Republicans over the last several years. Even think specific to domestic abuse allegations, whether it's Corey Mills, whether it's Pete Hegseth, whether it's Herschel Walker, who was running in Georgia. We've repeatedly seen Republicans not step away when those allegations come, and we've repeatedly seen Republican voters look over them, much less with Donald Trump himself. And so Max Miller knows what he is doing. He is playing to the playbook that Donald Trump has laid out. And to the question of politics, it's, to me, one that I get, to the cynical political brain, I get why he's playing to the audience of one, because the biggest determining factor about whether he loses or keeps that seat is if Donald Trump sides with him or his father-in-law. And that is, unfortunately, from what we have seen from the Republican electorate, the biggest determinant about how they will move, rather than the specificity or credibility of the allegations themselves.
I do, and call me the Pollyanna then, because then I do wonder, and tell me, as a former member of Congress, what you think on this, because I do wonder if it's the details of the allegations. The fact that Bernie Moreno, who has, politically speaking, Bernie Moreno has everything here that one would suggest he would want the Republican to get reelected in this safe seat. And what Bernie Moreno is saying has happened to his family is truly gut-wrenching. And that there's a 2-year-old little girl that is caught up in this. Sometimes I wonder if yes, Trump is definitely always a factor when it comes to Republicans and Republican support, but does the details of this make this somehow different?
Yeah, I mean, listening to that is sickening for me. Like, in my gut right now, I feel very uncomfortable because of the allegations and because of a toddler being involved in this. And for me, I go right to the human side, right? For me, it's not about a political seat. And it's not only about the Republican Party. We just went through this on the Democratic side with Graham Plattner. Yeah. We went through this on the Democratic side with Eric Swalwell, right? So it's an institution, not just Congress, but a country that normalizes the abuse of women and harm towards women. And we have a conversation about it when these things rear their ugly head and someone resigns or someone maybe gets a slap on the wrist, and then we move on until the next allegation, as opposed to really having a public conversation about the disease that is the abuse of women in our country and the abuse of children, right? If you look at social media alone and how Miss Rachel gets attacked for defending children both here and abroad, it's just a disgusting aspect of our country that's normalized, that happens all the time. Domestic violence is a real issue and a real thing that we need to talk about. And this particular representative has been accused of abuse by multiple women, not just his ex-wife. So yes, the political situation will work itself out. But for me, it's about a bigger conversation about like our society and our patriarchy and how harmful it is towards women.
You have Miller making the move, it's a strange move, one would say on its face, saying, House Ethics, please investigate me. So House Ethics is investigating. One, we know that can take truly years.
And he knows that. As a former member of Congress, let me just say, he knows that too. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, please. And one thing I would say we know is working in Max Miller's favor, if there is anything right now, is the fact that the House is not in session. Because members of the House don't want to be walking the halls and facing questions over and over again about this. But do you think his speaking out, calling for an investigation, helps him with his Republican colleagues, who most definitely don't want to be answering for this right now?
Look, first of all, it's the Blue Bunny for me.
Mm-hmm.
That's the story.
Yeah, it's
Anybody
it's
who
the
has
Lovey in my household.
Right, exactly.
And it's Pink Bear with my other daughter. I mean, we all exactly. I mean,
you know,
we
your
all know.
child not being able to get to the thing that helps him or her go to sleep. I mean, that's the thing for me that it's.
I mean, driving hours back in the wrong direction to go pick it up before you go on a trip.
Right.
We've all done this,
We've
and that
all
is
done
why
it.
it does.
That's the one. That's the part. And so, all right. So I'll get past the moral outrage about it.
Max
Talk
Miller
about
said that did not occur. Continue.
He said it didn't occur. That's an awfully specific example from Grandpa.
Yes.
So I don't know.
Yes.
So let's talk about the politics. So in the politics of this, look, as a communications and crisis kind of guy, there is a guide here, and so you're asking for an investigation. You know what that means? Every time somebody asks you a question about this, you could say, "I requested an investigation. If I didn't do anything wrong, I wouldn't have asked for an investigation into my behavior." That happens. And then there's the more cynical part: is let's say he does end up with a criminal case at some point from this. It's better to be a sitting member of Congress going into a criminal case than it is to be an average citizen. One, you can raise money. Two, if you get in really big trouble, you can trade your congressional seat to get out of some of the charges. This is super cynical when we get to this place.
I had not gone there in my head. I had actually not thought about that yet.
I don't think it's Pollyanna, though. To your point and to Ested's point, like Herschel Walker did not get elected. Roy Moore did not get elected, right? And they all denied allegations as well. But I think voters have an appetite until they don't. And I think what both parties are kind of playing with right now, with the political stakes so high, is how much does character matter when the political stakes are so high? And Democrats thought maybe a couple allegations and a tattoo don't matter enough when we're trying to flip the seat. Actually, voters said it does.
Yep.
Maybe Max Miller's calculus is they won't care, and flipping this seat or maintaining this seat is going to be more important than character. I actually think voters are going to care.
We're going to find that line.
I just think Donald Trump has made shame lesser of a factor in politics, and so much was assumed that the political pressure would cause people to step aside. He's changed that calculus.
Yeah. Where's the line? We're going to find out. We will find out one way or the other. Thanks, guys. Stick with me here. We've got much more ahead. Coming up for us out front next, we do have breaking news. We are learning an armed man was arrested at Trump's California golf course, found with a loaded pistol and ammunition. We have details just coming in. We have that next. Plus, Jeanine Pirro on thin ice. New details on her explosive showdown with Trump over the dropped reflecting pool case. And we're learning Pirro brought evidence to the White House as backup. And is Todd Blanche's nomination in trouble again?
Eclipsing power must.
CNN is just learning that an armed man was arrested at one of President Trump's golf clubs in Southern California. This happened on Sunday, but we're just now hearing about it at Trump National Golf Club in Rancho Palos Verdes after officials say federal agents reported a suspicious person walking around the property, and they later found with a loaded pistol and ammunition. Trump is attending an RNC fundraiser tonight in Los Angeles. Holmes Lybrand is out front. More details just coming in. Holmes, what else do you know so far about this arrest?
That's right. So we know that this man, he was arrested Sunday. This is before, when advance teams are going through looking for individuals, especially outside of those key locations where Trump might visit. Now, arrested on Sunday after federal agents reported that there was a suspicious person walking that property. Still a lot we don't know, still a lot we're trying to get from locals there as well as from federal officials, but that is right now what we know.
And what do we know about how the Secret Service is investigating this?
Secret Service is very, very heavily invested in this. They're investigating it right now. They're trying to figure out whether or not this man posed a threat to Trump, whether or not he had material indicating why he was in that specific area, or other items that could indicate why he was there. Now, this is a kind of a longer process because you do have locals involved, you have federals involved, so these investigations sometimes take a little bit of time in terms of clarifying and getting down to the motive of the individual.
Absolutely. Holmes, thank you so much for jumping on with us as you're getting this reporting, and I really appreciate it. Also, breaking news that we have right now, Jeanine Pirro on thin ice. New details tonight about Pirro's explosive meeting, apparently, with President Trump after she blindsided him, dropping the charges against 4 people that the administration had accused of vandalizing the reflecting pool, and then publicly airing the case's shortcomings. Sources now tell CNN the president's frustration was palpable during their meeting. Trump yelling at Pirro and, quote, read her the riot act. Though it appears that she still has her job tonight, White House officials do say that Jeanine Pirro is still on thin ice this evening, something that President Trump made clear last night when he said this.
Jeanine Pirro made a mistake. There was vandalism. Frankly, I think she choked. She choked. I don't know what the hell happened. I was disappointed with Jeanine Pirro, really disappointed with Jeanine Pirro. She folded like an umbrella.
So we're also learning tonight what was in that very big box that the U.S. attorney was seen wheeling from the White House. A source says that Pirro confronted Trump with actual evidence backing up her reasons for dropping the case. Evidence that the reflecting pool damage was caused by a quote-unquote botched installation, not vandalism. Still not clear what the president himself is going to do next about this, but it is clear that this is a wild turn in this once very solid partnership.
Jeanine Pirro is unbelievable.
Donald Trump is the only man that our enemies feared.
Jeanine Pirro is doing a fantastic job.
This man is the tip of the spear who goes out there every day and fights for us.
She was the toughest, smartest DA maybe in our country's, in our cities and states' history.
You have changed the course of America.
Kristen Holmes out front at the White House for us. Kristen, you've got more reporting on all of this. What more are you learning about this? What went down in that meeting between Trump and Pirro?
Well, and Kate, the sources point to exactly what you just laid out, this decades-long friendship with Jeanine Pirro as to why she likely still has her job. Now, President Trump, we are told, laid into Pirro is particularly not just the fact that she stopped these charges, but the fact that she aired these shortcomings in the case. She had put this directly on Interior, saying this was all about shoddy workmanship. She didn't have any of the material or evidence that she needed, and this was not vandalism. And she brought, as you said, the receipts in that box. That was the evidence she had to show Trump. And it wasn't just Trump in that meeting. It was also Secretary Burgum of the Department of Interior. And we're told that it got tense between Burgum and Pirro as well during that meeting. She laid the blame on him, saying that his department didn't provide her with enough information. And there's no love lost between these two right now, particularly as we're seeing this deepening divide. Burgum's team, as well as the secretary, felt that they were blindsided by Pirro. Again, not because she was dropping these charges, but because she put this blame on the Department of Interior. They viewed this as unnecessary and antagonistic. And on top of that, they felt like she should have discussed this with them in private. So all of them were in this meeting yesterday, which culminates in yelling, tension, heated conversation back and forth. One thing it doesn't end in is Jeanine Pirro without a job. Sources say that right now, while she could be fired, of course, at any time, it is President Trump, they believe her job is safe, again, pointing to that long friendship.
Quite a thing and quite great reporting. Thank you so much, Kristen. It's great to see you. Out front now for more on this, Democratic Senator Alex Padilla. He sits on the Judiciary Committee. It's great to see you, Senator. Thank you for being here. Trump has not yet fired Pirro, as we have now established. You voted against her nomination as U.S. Attorney for D.C., and you at one point said she may belong on Fox News, but she does not belong in a federal law enforcement role. But you heard what Kristen Holmes laid out there. Jeanine Pirro appears to be standing up to the president on this one, dropping charges, saying the evidence is not there. So do you applaud her?
Well, I guess in this one case, she's doing the right thing. But when there's so many facts, so much evidence that goes against what Donald Trump has been saying about the cause of the problems with the reflecting pool, she could only take it so far, maybe even risk her own credentials as an attorney by pursuing it even further in a court of law. So we'll see what the future fate is for her. I still recall from the first Trump administration, so many senators that the running joke was, what do you call a senator who votes with Donald Trump 99% of the time? A traitor, because the one time you break from Donald Trump, he throws them under the bus. That's been the case for senators. That's been the case for cabinet members. I wouldn't be surprised if that's what happens with U.S. attorneys that fall out of his favor.
Yeah, has her job tonight, at least. Haven't looked at my email yet in 20 seconds, but as far as we know, she's keeping her job at this very moment. Senator, your committee also voted today to advance Todd Blanche's nomination to be the permanent Attorney General of the United States. Cornyn and Tillis, the Republicans, they supported Blanche, saying that their demands that they were met for getting clarity and kind of finality, they said, and assurances that the DOJ's anti-weaponization fund is fully dead. I want to play for you what Cornyn said today, talking about President Trump in this.
Well, there's nothing we could do to rein in the president when he said he likes the fund and he wishes it still exists, but the fact of the matter, it's dead. And that's all we could do under these circumstances.
Senator, do you agree with that?
I couldn't disagree more. Senator Cornyn, of course, Trump can be reined in, but it takes Republican senators, because they're in the majority, to hold the line. People were hopeful when both he and Senator Tillis said they would not vote to advance Todd Blanche until there were assurances, legal guarantees that this weaponization fund would not be created. And the language that came out public that is supposedly sufficient for Cornyn and Tillis to vote the way they did today doesn't hold water. And this became a focus in today's hearing before the vote. There's nothing that can keep Donald Trump from creating a new fund by any other name starting tomorrow. My prediction is it'll be the day after the election because they don't want the consequences impacting the midterm elections. And so I'm disappointed, but not surprised.
So Blanche's nomination obviously still needs to go before the full Senate. He can lose only 2 Republicans and still get through. Susan Collins just came out today and said that she's a no on Todd Blanche. So there's one Republican for you. Do you think Blanche's nomination is actually in question, or, you know, you've got a good sense of where people are going, this will get through?
Right. Look, I mean, my hope was, my appeal was for Republicans on the Judiciary Committee to just look at the facts. Todd Blanche is not fit to serve as Attorney General of the United States. He puts his loyalty to Donald Trump above the Constitution. We need an Attorney General for the United States, not an Attorney General to protect Trump's interests. He's botched the Epstein files and investigation. He is implementing Trump's agenda of political retribution of his perceived enemies. There's so much that's wrong with this, but Republicans on the Judiciary Committee have folded. Susan Collins, great, we need her no vote. Are there 2 other Republicans who will put the Constitution above their loyalty to Trump? We're about to find out.
Got it. Quickly before I let you go, I want to ask you about the breaking news that we just learned about, which this happened on Sunday, but we were just learning about it now, which is an armed man was arrested at one of President Trump's golf clubs in Southern California. Trump's on his way there now. Are you concerned about his safety? Have you heard about this incident, Senator?
Well, honestly, I just heard it from you right before the last break. So it is breaking news, not a ton of information out there. So let the investigation go through. I hope the federal law enforcement officials are working closely with local law enforcement to find the details on this matter. I'll say two things. Number one, there's no place for political violence anytime, anywhere, period. Number one. Number two, Donald Trump, if you're going to be in California, don't play golf. How about supporting the victims of last year's wildfires? They've been waiting more than a year and a half for disaster aid and assistance as they're trying to rebuild their homes, trying to rebuild their lives, trying to rebuild their communities.
Senator Alex Padilla of California, thank you for coming in this evening. I appreciate your time. Out front for us next, we have breaking news. We are getting more details on just that. That armed man now arrested at one of President Trump's golf clubs in California. This at the same golf course that President Trump is headed to right now. We're going to get more details coming in. We're going to bring it to you. Plus, polls are about to close in Michigan, the most expensive and closely watched Democratic primary out there right now. We're going to take you there live.
Erin Burnett out front, brought to you by...
Back to the breaking news here. We're showing you live pictures right now of Air Force One just landing in Los Angeles. This as CNN is getting new information about an armed suspect who was arrested at one of President Trump's golf clubs, one of his clubs in Southern California. The president will be on his way to that very same golf course right now. Let's get back to Kristen Holmes, who's at the White House. Kristen, I know you've been speaking to sources. What are you picking up on this?
Okay, look, the Secret Service is still doing their investigation to see what, if any, threat this man posed to President Trump. We'll remind you this happened on Sunday, and President Trump is now there on Tuesday. But just because of the timing doesn't mean there wasn't something in the works. And I will note what we've learned that they basically arrested him for, or at least detained him for originally, and were suspicious of, was the fact that he seemed to be monitoring, quote, security planning activities. He was taking videos and photos of the grounds and any kind of security that they were putting in place. The reason why this is so significant is if you go back to the multiple assassination attempts on President Trump, one of them being at his golf club in Florida, we know that that individual had been essentially casing that golf club for a number of days. Even the day of, he sat there for hours waiting for the president. He was learning the schedule, his routine when he was at the golf club. So anything like that is likely to raise alarm bells. Now, we also know that this individual is also under investigation for a burglary. So he has other issues here going on. But the big question right now, of course, is what was his intention there? And was the president at any point going to be threatened by him?
And Kristen, you've been to this golf club, traveling with the president. What is the security situation just in general there?
Well, I wouldn't imagine an individual like this would stick out like a sore thumb, just given how open this space is. When I was there last time during a campaign event, there were a number of security concerns around President Trump. That's because it's located on the water, and they were concerned about making sure they had enough blocking in the water because President Trump was going to speak outside. There's also a big building with lots of windows there that President Trump was in the main area. So they obviously wanted to make sure it's secured from all angles. When you have something that's on a bluff, on a body of water, it's a lot harder. So you have Coast Guard out there in the water. They were actually more concerned about any kind of drones at the time than they were about someone actually storming the area because it is somewhat secluded. It's down a cliff. And like I said, it's a very open, sprawling golf course. So it'd be easier to spot somebody walking around. But there again were concerns at that point that they might need to ramp up security because of how open it is.
All right, much more to learn here, that's for sure. Kristen, thanks for jumping on. I really appreciate it. Again, live pictures, President Trump landing just now in Los Angeles, headed to that very same golf course tonight before he goes to a fundraiser for the RNC. Also tonight, polls about to close in Michigan for the most contentious, high-stakes Democratic primary of the year. Abdul El-Sayed is up against Democratic Congresswoman Haley Stevens in a Senate Democratic primary there, and it's being called also a battle for the soul of the Democratic Party, with Stevens billed as the moderate candidate, with supporters like the minority leader, Chuck Schumer, and the retiring senator from Michigan, Gary Peters. El-Sayed is a progressive, and he has the backing and support of the likes of, as you see there, Bernie Sanders, AOC, Elizabeth Warren. The winner here will face former Republican Congressman Mike Rogers in the general election for this Senate seat. Arlette Saenz is out front in Michigan at El-Sayed's headquarters. Arlette, what's the mood, as we say? Set the scene for us tonight. What are you feeling and hearing there?
Well, Kate, Abdul El-Sayed and his team are hoping for a victory tonight in this Democratic primary for Senate in Michigan. And in speaking with a senior advisor this evening, they told me that they believe that one of the reasons that El-Sayed could be successful here in the state is because he has been very consistent in his messaging. If you take a look at his campaign signs and many of his campaign speeches, he repeatedly points to three phrases, which is getting money out of politics, money in your pocket, and Medicare for all. And I can tell you, in speaking with supporters of El-Sayed throughout the day, that idea of getting money out of politics is something that came up over and over as they talked about why they decided to vote for him and against Congresswoman Haley Stevens in this election. Stevens has seen more than $60 million poured into this race on her behalf by outside groups. And that is something that many El-Sayed supporters said that they were very frustrated with. They said that that is not the way politics should work in this country. But many allies, progressive allies of El-Sayed, are hoping that tonight's campaign and election will send a message to the Democratic Party writ large, as they are hoping that this could really show that a progressive can win, just not in the Democratic primary in a battleground state like Michigan, but also potentially in the November election, as they are hoping El-Sayed will be the one to take on Mike Rogers, the Republican, in November. Kate.
All right, Arlette, who was up very early this morning and also on my show early this morning, pulling a very long day. It's great to see you, Arlette. They're at El-Sayed headquarters. Everyone is back at the table here with me. Jamal, you are the resident Michigander at the table.
Sure.
How do you see things going tonight?
Yeah, I was communicating with some folks in the state today. There is great sense that El-Sayed is going to win this election. He's really just a better political athlete than Haley Stevens is. He's better on the stump. He's got a campaign that seems to be working well. I think even people who don't necessarily like his politics, they don't like all of his issues, just regard him as really a better campaigner. And so that's probably going to be helpful to him. If you're thinking about this as a schism, though, between the soul of the Democratic Party, I think everyone's perhaps getting it wrong. It's not about the left versus the right.
Okay.
It's about, are you defending the institutions, or are you trying to challenge the institutions and try to make them work for people? And so I don't believe that everybody in the state who's supporting Abdul is doing that because they think that they agree with him on all of his positions. But they do believe that he is challenging the institutions. And it's interesting because every time that the Congresswoman brought a big national figure, the Senate Majority Leader or someone else, the governor, it's like she's making the case that she is here as part of the institutional part of the Democratic Party. He was making the case that he was challenging the institutions of the Democratic Party and the country.
Yeah, that's quite a visual right there when you lay it like that. You know better than anyone at the table, winning a primary is very different than winning a general election. Could El-Sayed be too progressive to win that seat in a state like Michigan right now, do you think?
No, I don't think so. I agree with everything Jamal said. Thank you for saying it.
Jamal's, you're not allowed to.
Jamal's our ally.
My brother, Jamal.
You're too, when the SEs come, I don't even know what I'm going to do. I got to look for something.
I think you can win. I love the phrase and the term you use, political athlete. That's a great way to describe him, and that's a great way to describe how you have to win these elections. Like, you have to be like indefatigable. You got to be in every corner of the state. You got to talk to everyone. You got to listen to everyone. You got to be great on the stump. All those things Abdul is going to continue to be. And to the point you made earlier about character, you know, we make the argument that maybe it's challenging for him to win in a general election. We say that because he's a brown man in Michigan. And we say that about brown people in different parts of the country. And I don't think the voters there and I was there last week with him speaking to many voters. I think voters are ready to get beyond identity politics in a lot of ways, and I think they're looking at character. And I'm glad you said that earlier. And his character, his policies, affordability, getting big money out of politics. I mean, that's the perfect thing to run on right now. We're getting big money out of politics. We're putting money in your pocket, and we got Medicare for all. That's what he's running on.
That might be where the Jamals are not aligned. I do think identity politics still matters.
To clarify,
breaking news: Dems want to move beyond identity politics.
Me asking that question was not suggesting. In no way was I suggesting because he has brown skin was he not
you.
eligible.
No. That narrative that's out there.
I just want to make sure.
You know, that we say that about brown candidates.
Mm-hmm.
We say that about Muslim candidates. We say that about black candidates. We say that about women candidates. We say that about marginalized, historically marginalized people running in a place like Michigan.
Let me say, I've said it about people like Ken Paxton too, right? Can he win a general election? I don't think. We'll have to see. But there's some really interesting contours in this race that I'm going to be looking at after tonight. Bernie Sanders, I think, has made the case that the project of these progressive candidates is to win back working class and minority voters that the Democratic establishment has left behind. Fine. Haley Stevens is leading among non-college educated voters by 20 points. She's leading among black voters by 40 points. If he's not capturing those voters, where do they go if El Sayed wins? If I'm a Democrat, I'm very worried about that. And you have black leaders in Michigan coming down against El Sayed and progressive candidates. So I'm just looking as an outsider, because I'm no longer a Republican, but I'm not a Democrat. As an outsider, if people like El Sayed are winning certain kinds of voters at the expense of other kinds of voters that used to be very important to the Democratic coalition, how does that position him to win in November? I don't have the answer to that. We'll all be watching. But those are the fissures that I'm sort of looking at if he does win.
This actually kind of speaks to something. So Manu spoke with Chuck Schumer today and asked him about the rise of Democratic Socialists, you know, rising number of Democratic Socialists who identify the Democratic Party. And the way Schumer responded was, we're a big tent party. And when I heard that, I was like, oh my gosh, here we go again. Not every Democrat that I've had on my show or spoken to, it is one after another has said, it is, we're a big tent party, we're a big tent party, we're a big tent party, we're a big tent party. But Julie, is that the new form of like no comment? Let me just see how this primary pans out. Or is there a real question of is the tent big enough? Is the tent big enough for, you know, we'll call them centrist moderate Democrats and Democratic Socialists to be able to come together and bring together? I don't know these.
I think there's a lot going on here. On one hand, I do think that there is a growing understanding that the tent has to grow, right? And that what might work in a Michigan is not what works in the Texas, that may not be what works in the North Carolina, and that for the support of their battleground desires, even gerrymandering the ways Republicans have them on the defense on that front, requires all of the above type of strategy. But I also don't think we should skip ahead to the general without acknowledging what El Sayed might do in this primary. I mean, I think the Democratic establishment has had their, you know, Stevie Wonder glasses on for like, you know, the last year and a half. They've tried to say that Zoran was just about Andrew Cuomo, or that Plattner was just about Mills, or that Colorado or New York City congressional primaries were one-offs. This is a sea change in the Democratic Party. This is a fundamental shift in the electorate, with El Sayed flipping AIPAC or corporate money back onto Haley Stevens is not just a rejection of that candidate or a testament to his political athleteness, which I think it is. I think it is also them being on the side of a 70-80% issue among the Democratic base right now, an issue that is a gateway for believing you about affordability, believing you about challenging corporate PACs, or even challenging Donald Trump. And so what the establishment, I think, of Democrats is struggling with right now is clearing the baselines of believability on like important issues with their base. That starts with AI, that starts with Israel, that starts with big money and corporate money in politics, and they're not even hearing folks if you are not clearing that path. Even though I do think that it's fair to say there are some parts of the Democratic base that might be slower to that message than others. But it is a coalition you can build now in this 2026 version of the
Here's the thing I don't want us to miss. I don't want us to miss this, which is that you can still be kind of a more centrist Democrat or a more pragmatic Democrat and make a case. I mean, you look at somebody like Sherrod Brown in Ohio, who is something that everybody's sort of coalescing around, but he's challenging institutions. The question for the centrists is you can't just go and say and make arguments about legislating. You've got to go and talk about how you're going to challenge. And it is easier to get the pragmatists to go along in the end than it is to get the insurgents to come along in the end. The insurgents may not ever move. The pragmatists will always come back home.
Keeping an eye on the clock right now as we're going to start getting some election results coming in. And if it is an election night, it of course also means that John King. It is John King at the Magic Wall. Let's get to John right now. Hi, John. It's been a minute. Talk to me. What do you see? Democrats need to net 4 seats to win back the Senate. We know this. Can they get a 51-seat majority without Michigan?
That math gets very dicey. I was enjoying the conversation, Kate. You can keep going if you want. That is what's happening. I was just in Michigan. That conversation is what's happening. Can they do the math? So these are the races that are up this year. If you see red, that's a Republican-held Senate seat up this year. If you see blue, that's a Democratic-held Senate seat up this year. The Democrats need, as you said, +4. So let's game this out. Can they, even after all the recent drama, can the Democrats pick up Maine? Possibly, right? The Democrats have a very good candidate. Some even think they're favored in North Carolina. So let's move that one to the Democrats. I just heard Jamal talking about Sherrod Brown in Ohio. Can he get back into the Senate from Ohio? That gets you to 50-50. The Democrats need 51 because of J.D. Vance, remember. So if that's at 50, Iowa and Alaska would be the next targets, right? These are steep hills for the Democrats. But let's just say it's a moment year. It's a big year. And they can get one of them. Let's say it's Alaska right there. That would be it right there. As long as the Democrats hold their seats, they could get to 51. That's not easy. Don't get me wrong. But what happens if they lose this one? If that one goes red, it's 50-50. And then you have to essentially draw to an inside straight flush. You would have to win Iowa as well if you're going to do that, if you're going to lose Michigan. And here's what I would say after doing this for a long time. If the Democrats are losing Michigan, guess what? That means they're probably in a tough race in Ohio, and they're probably in a very tough race in Iowa as well. So if Michigan is going down, the Midwest is probably going with it, which is why for the math and for the morale, if you will, and for the moment, Michigan's critically important, Kate.
I really enjoyed your reporting and the conversations you had when you were in Michigan just a little while ago. Tell me more about what did you learn while you were there?
It's a lot about what you're talking about right now. We don't have any votes yet, so you see the state of Michigan right there. The Israel-Gaza issue is playing with young progressives. The aspiration is playing with young progressives. There are a lot of people. Let's just go back in time a little bit. 2024, Democrats don't like this map, right? Kamala Harris loses Michigan by 80,000 votes, but look what happened. A more moderate candidate won that Senate seat against the same Republican, Mike Rogers. So this is the history argument that Stevens is making. Look, in a presidential year, when Donald Trump carried the state, the more moderate candidate can win. It's an argument, and it's a factual argument if you're looking at 2024. But then people, Kate, the El Sayed forces come back. Let's see how far I can get back in the map here a little bit. Let's just keep going. They come more back to this, the moment. The history says, yeah, it's a purple state. You're probably safer with a more moderate candidate. But the energy in the party is this is a moment. There's an unpopular war. There's a party that's got a lot of anti-establishment sentiment. And it's not just Republicans who are just, people want to kick the can. And so that's the competing forces out there tonight. Is it Michigan's history, purple, play it safe, or is it it's a moment year? Let's take a chance.
We're going to find out soon. John King at the Magic Wall tonight. It's great to see you, John. Thank you so much, and we'll be standing by for some of those results to start coming in. Out front for us next, a new Texas poll giving Democrats even more hope of winning for the first time in 30 years. Again, many will say don't hold your breath, but still, Harry Enton is here with the numbers and to tell us something we don't know. Hey, Harry.
Hello, everyone. I noticed that John Master in 3, 2, 1, effect. Roy break, please.
So could Democrats really win a Senate seat in Texas? Back-to-back polls showed James Tallarico narrowly ahead of Republican Ken Paxton in the state's Senate race, fueling fears among Republicans that a Democrat could pull off what has long been talked about and never panned out, really, winning a statewide election in Texas for Democrats for the first time in decades. Harry Enton is out front to tell us something we do not know. Harry, every so often this does come up.
Yes.
It really is seen as wishful thinking among Democrats that they could win something like this. Why is this year different?
Why is this year different? Because James Tallarico is actually leading in the Texas Senate polling. How unusual is that? I went into the spreadsheets. You look back, when was the last time a Democratic candidate was leading in a Texas Senate race? You have to go all the way back since I was about yay big, very, very small. I'm holding my hands close together. To go all the way back to 1988, Lloyd Bentsen, who has been dead for 20-plus years at this point, I believe. That is how far back you have to go. This is extremely unusual.
So more than a third of Texas voters identified as independent in 24. How is Tallarico doing with this critical group of people?
Look, independents are the name of the game if you're a Democrat. You have to win them by a large margin. In 2024, Kamala Harris lost among independents. Look at where James Tallarico is right now with independents. He is up by, get this, 40 points. 40 points. That is a 41-point shift. No wonder that James Tallarico may do the impossible for Democrats in Texas, because he is winning in the center of the electorate, a place that Kamala Harris could not pull it off.
So that was already something I did not know, but now tell me something I don't know.
Okay, I will tell you something else that you don't know, Kate Baldwin, which is it's not just that Ken Paxton, who in my mind is as close to electoral poison as you could possibly be for a Republican, given all of his scandals, is losing ground in the center of the electorate. He is losing ground even amongst the Republican base, because when I think of Republican base, I think of white men. I think of white men. And what is he doing right now amongst white men compared to Donald Trump? Look at this. Yes, he is leading amongst white men, but that lead is being cut in by more than half. Trump won him by 43 points. Ken Paxton is only up by 21 points. If a Texas Republican can only win among white men by 21 points, you may very well get the first Senate Democrat from Texas in a generation.
Also, a big question of what it means about enthusiasm here amongst that exact
Hello.
group. Great to see you, Harry.
Great
Thank
to
you
see
so
you.
much. Thanks so much for joining us tonight. I'm Kate Baldwin. AC 360 starts now.
It is election night in America with primaries in Michigan, Virginia, Washington State, Missouri, and Kansas. I'm John Berman, and the first polls are closing right now in the swing state of Michigan, and all eyes are on the Democratic primary for Senate. Now, I do want to note there is breaking news in the controversy over embattled Republican Congressman Max Miller, who is facing allegations of domestic abuse and calls from within his own party to step down. He was defiant in an interview with our own Jake Tapper just a short time ago. We're going to have much more on that a little bit later in the program. First, though, Michigan. Progressive candidate Abdul El-Sayed is facing off against the more moderate Congresswoman Haley Stevens. The biggest daylight between the candidates appears to be their stance on Israel. El-Sayed has criticized U.S. support for Israel, while Stevens defends America's funding of Israel's military. El-Sayed is endorsed by the Bernie Sanders wing of the Democratic Party. Stevens is the establishment favorite. Their race seen as a proxy war for the Democratic Party as a whole. We're going to go live to El-Sayed's campaign headquarters, Stevens' campaign headquarters. John King is standing by at the Magic Wall as returns come in throughout the hour. Another key race to watch, Democratic Socialist Cori Bush, the former Congresswoman from Missouri, who was a member of the squad trying to take back her former seat from moderate Democratic Representative Wesley Bell. And as we learn more throughout the night, we're going to have analysis from our all-star political panel. Let's start off, though, on the road at campaign headquarters. Chief National Affairs Correspondent Jeff Zeleny is at the Haley Stevens party in Detroit. Jeff, what are you seeing there?
Well, John, the polls have just closed here in Michigan, and talking with advisors and supporters of Congresswoman Haley Stevens, they explain their mood like this: hopeful optimism, but realistic optimism. The reality here is this establishment race, really the full weight of the establishment, the Democratic Party establishment, has been behind her, but they are going headlong against this progressive movement. It hardly started here in Michigan, but tonight could be a big answer in terms of the direction of the Democratic Party. And Haley Stevens has been campaigning up and down this state, of course. In 2018, she won a Republican-held House seat in the Detroit suburbs here. She's been in Congress, but that means that she is effectively an incumbent. She is been campaigning as someone who can get the job done, talking about bills she passed, but the appetite and the mood among voters is one for change, and that has been very complicated for her, there's no doubt. The governor of this state, Gretchen Whitmer, endorsed her a couple weeks ago. Aides tell me they thought that would move this race. It is unclear if it did. In the final hours of this campaign, the governor was not at her side. Some former senators like Debbie Stabenow was, members of the establishment. But you certainly get the sense, John, that the energy and the momentum is on the side of the progressive insurgent and not tonight on the side of the establishment.
Yeah, I've seen a few campaign parties with much more enthusiasm than behind you right now, Jeff. And when they talk about realistic optimism, that speaks volumes. All right, Jeff, thank you very much. Want to go to Roulette Signs?
John, just to point out, to be fair, the doors have not opened. I said, just to be fair, the doors have not opened here for supporters. Her supporters were out getting out the vote, so this will open up fairly soon. So it will be a different picture here. There's no doubt. We should just make that very clear that we're in here, but her supporters have not yet been let in, John.
Great point. We will wait and see the people behind you. Jeff Zeleny, thank you very much. Let's go to Arlette Saenz at Abdul El-Sayed's headquarters in Detroit. What are you seeing there, Arlette?
Well, John, Abdul El-Sayed supporters have been allowed into this event already, and there is a lot of optimism coming from his supporters and his team that he will emerge as the victor in this Democratic primary this evening. And speaking with a senior advisor tonight, they told me that one of the reasons they believe El-Sayed has been successful in this campaign is because he's had a very consistent messaging, really leading on 3 phrases of getting money out of politics, money in your pocket, and Medicare for all. And I can tell you, in speaking with El-Sayed supporters throughout the day after they cast their ballot, they repeatedly pointed to the influence of outside money in this race as being a main driver of their vote. They have expressed a lot of frustration with the more than $60 million that was poured into this contest on behalf of Haley Stevens, including more than $30 million from the pro-Israeli lobby AIPAC. But take a listen to how some of the voters framed their votes in today's election.
I don't want somebody that's in somebody else's pocket, that they have to agree to what they want to. You know, too many people like that in politics.
Abdul.
And why is that?
Because he doesn't take money from AIPAC. I'm not voting for anybody who takes money from AIPAC.
And why is that?
Because the money should be spent here, not over there.
Overall change in people who had an independent view and thought process of what's right for the voters, not what's right for corporate PACs or what's right for any affiliations that support them.
Now, this primary is a real test for the progressive movement, which has seen a lot of success in very blue areas like New York City and Denver in recent months. But now the allies of El-Sayed in the progressive community are hoping they can replicate those types of wins here in a very swing and purple state of Michigan. So many will be watching closely to see how this all turns out. They are hoping that the progressive Democrat will emerge as the victor to take on the Republican candidate, Mike Rogers, in November. The race that would really tell us a lot about the state of Michigan, but also the future of the Democratic Party.
All right, Arlette Saenz, keep us posted throughout the evening. Thank you very much. With us now, our political panel, who will be around throughout the hour. Former Special Assistant to President George W. Bush, Scott Jennings, Republican pollster Kristen Soltis Anderson, former Senior Advisor to President Obama, David Axelrod, and former Special Advisor to President Obama, Van Jones. And David, let me start with you. Just aside from the fact that Haley Stevens should maybe open the doors to her election party a little bit earlier.
That may say something about staff work.
How big of a test? Arlette Saenz was saying this was a test for the Democratic Party in Michigan. How big of a test do you think this is?
Well, I don't know if it's a test for the Democratic Party, but it's a test for the political establishment itself. What's interesting to me, and Arlette alluded to it, is that Haley Stevens' campaign and mostly those supporting her have spent like $65 million in advertising to the $7.5 million that El-Sayed's people have spent and folks supporting them. That is a huge advantage. And to think that they are hoping that what they say about optimism, hopeful,
they're saying they're
realistic.
cautiously optimistic, but realistic at the same time.
At what point does realistic optimism cross paths with pessimism? I'm not sure.
I think it did when they said it to
Yes. So that's an extraordinary thing when you think about that spending differential. And the other thing is that if you look at polling, and Kristen's sitting here who knows a lot about this, the age break in this race is unbelievable. I mean, he is winning among voters who are younger than 45 by like 40 and 50 points. It's really hard for me to see how you overcome something like that. So there is a real movement sense there. Now, have I sufficiently avoided your question about the Democratic Party? We'll come back to it.
We'll get back to that, but you name-check Kristen here. So you're doing focus groups. You've heard from a lot of voters. What are they saying about this type of race?
Well, for voters right now, they're looking for someone who's going to fight. And, normally you might think, oh, well, somebody can point to their record and say, here are the things I voted for. Here are the concrete accomplishments I've made. Voters right now are just looking for people who can perform that they're going to fight, that they are going to say that they're going to fight. And they try showing it by saying, look, I'm not going to take money from here, I'm not going to take money from there as a start. But voters on the Democratic side have been hungry for a combativeness that they feel they have not seen from their establishment. And so in some ways, this is going to be viewed, I think, correctly to an extent as the leftward lurch of the party and the base is moving more leftward. I think that's true, but I also think it's about sort of temperament, optics, tone. Who is going to be the more combative fighter? That's what Democratic base voters want.
Okay, Van Jones, what are the stakes here for Democrats?
Look, this is the whole ball of wax. I'm from Jackson, Tennessee. There was a guy named Gil Scott-Heron who had a great poem. It was called "The Revolution Will Not Be Televised." Gil Scott-Heron is wrong. The revolution is being televised and podcast and streamed and elected tonight. Why is that? It's because there is a credibility gap that's opened up between the Democratic Party establishment and this insurgency. People are looking at people and they're saying, you've been telling us the same thing for a long time and our lives are not any better. We got Donald Trump twice. There's also an innovation gap. Why can you spend $60 million and get whooped like this? Because the old model was you get the donors to get the consultants to buy a bunch of ads and you win. That's how you get attention. This movement says, I don't need donors, ads, I don't need consultants. I'm going right to the people with TikTok and grassroots, and they've disintermediated the entire donor class, disintermediated the entire consultant class, and this is a revolution. And so this is going to happen again and again. The Democratic Party is now Blockbuster. These kids are Netflix. We are selling CDs out the trunk. This is Napster becoming Spotify, and it's happening tonight.
So, Scott, is this the type of thing that makes Republicans nervous? Do they have a preferred outcome tonight?
Well, I think Republicans, like, Republican operatives have viewed this very clearly for months now. Abdul al-Sayed's clearly going to win. We've known it for a long time. I think a lot of Michigan Democrats fooled themselves into believing they had a chance to beat him, but he clearly had the momentum for months and months and months. I don't know how you can talk about this race, though, without talking about the continuance of this issue of Israel and how Jewish people are being treated in this country and abroad right now. I mean, you've got a Democrat Attorney General in Michigan, Nussel, who can't even go to her party's nominating convention because she says she doesn't feel safe because it's not safe for Jews to go to a political meeting. This is all wrapped up in this race. It's wrapped up in a lot of races around the country. It was wrapped up in these primaries here in New York City. And this whole demonization of AIPAC. AIPAC is made up of Jewish Americans. They're people who want to participate in politics. And so, yes, there are other issues being discussed. Yes, there's candidate qualities. Yes, there's tactics. But at the end of the day, it seems to me that that is the motivating matter here. And the Democratic Party is making clear they want nothing to do with anybody who supports the fact that our ally Israel is fighting against these terrorists in the Middle East.
Let me just say a word about that, because we've talked about this before, and I speak as you know, as the son of a Jewish refugee, so issues of anti-Semitism are very personal to me. I think that what you see in Michigan is an interest group spending $30 million. She's got $64 million in television spending, and they're responsible for at least half of that. And one of the issues, as Kristen mentioned, that people are grappling with is the power of money in our politics, the influence that interest groups have, and I think it's a legitimate question. Should essentially an agent of any foreign government, whether it's Israel or any other, be able to spend, is it healthy for them to spend $30 million in a race like this to influence the outcome of that race? I think that's a legitimate issue.
Quickly, Van. Look, well, I mean, I get your point. I don't think that they're an agent of a foreign power. I think they're American Jews, as you said.
Their mission is to support the policies of the Israeli government.
Well, I think their issue is to protect Israel, but you have to
No. But Van, read what they're.
I'm happy to be corrected by you, but I also like to make my own point, which is that why is AIPAC going after this guy? That would be the question. They're spending, what you said, $30 million? That's a lot of money. Is it because he's a Muslim guy? Is it because he's a hateful guy? It turns out his position is for a full military embargo of the state of Israel. Now, hold on a second. A full military embargo. Now, listen, if he says he wants to condition aid, that's reasonable, defensible. Most Democrats feel that way at this point after Gaza. If he says no subsidies, that's defensible. He says we can't even sell weapons to Israel, even if they're defensive. So if this guy, so why is AIPAC so mad? This guy is saying that the United States government can't even sell defensive weapons to Israel, which would make Israel completely defenseless. Now, that would be a reason for a group of people who cares about Israelis to say, this is not our guy.
So, Van, can I just say this? And Haley Stevens ran in 2022 after her district was redistricted. She ran against Andy Levin.
Yeah, Andy Levin.
And Andy Levin, his position was that aid to Israel should be conditional on not pursuing policies that would subvert a two-state solution there. That was a position. That would be considered a mainstream position now by many people. They spent millions of dollars to defeat him. They spent millions of dollars this year to defeat Tom Malinowski, who said, I can't guarantee that I will support every funding position. So I take your point, but this is not just about this race. This is about the entire panoply of races.
What we're going to do is we're going to stick around. Hang on. Obviously, this discussion, which is very much present on the ground in Michigan, is permeating the Democratic primaries this summer. So much more to come on this. Also, Todd Blanche, one step closer to becoming the next Attorney General. But cracks are forming in his wall of Republican support. Could his confirmation be in jeopardy kind of again? And next, embattled Republican Congressman Max Miller facing allegations of spousal abuse and calls by some in his own party to step down. More on his truly defiant interview with Jake Tapper next.
Are all three of these women who don't know each other, are all three of them lying?
Yes.
Okay, more breaking news. Congressman Max Miller speaking out in an exclusive interview on CNN, refusing to step down and drop his re-election bid as he faces domestic abuse allegations from his ex-wife, Emily Marino, allegations he denies. Now, Marino alleges Miller held a gun to her head, threw her against a wall, and once threw hot water on her. Those allegations were revealed during a police interview and in court documents as detectives look into claims that Miller broke their 2-year-old daughter's collarbone. Now, no charges were ever filed in connection to their daughter's injuries. Meanwhile, this afternoon, the House Ethics Committee announced it is reviewing allegations that Representative Max Miller may have engaged in domestic violence and abuse or illegal drug use. Miller himself requested that investigation earlier today. All of this is happening as he faces a re-election in Ohio's 7th Congressional District, which has been something of a Republican stronghold. Meanwhile, his ex-father-in-law, the Republican senator from Ohio, Bernie Moreno, is calling on Miller to leave Congress. Today, he told reporters that all of this has been the 7th level of hell for his family. Miller has also denied allegations he abused ex-girlfriend Stephanie Grisham, a former White House press secretary. On Monday, she filed a temporary restraining order against him and called him to remove social media posts accusing her of making false allegations. And he also denied reports that he pushed a girl down a flight of stairs when he was in high school. CNN's Jake Tapper asked him about all those allegations this evening.
Are all three of these women who don't know each other, are all three of them lying?
Yes, it's very easy, and I can tell you why. Every single time, and people have asked me, you know, what are you going to do? Are you going to drop out of this race? Are you going to resign? You know, are you going to get out before the deadline? And my answer to you, Jake, is no.
And Jake Tapper joins me now. So, Jake, this was a remarkable and lengthy interview, and I really urge people to go watch the whole thing, because I think when you do that, you get a real sense of how notable it was. What stood out to you?
Oh, there's so many things. I mean, he's definitely, at least based on the interview, not going to step down and not run for re-election. He's definitely in it. I think one of the things that was interesting is how sometimes claims he made about his ex-wife contradicted things that he said in other parts of the interview. Here's one example when he was talking about how something that Emily Marino, his ex-wife, was saying about what their daughter told her wasn't true.
I then played Lauren Fox 3 separate audio videos, 3 separate audio videos of my daughter saying, I do not want to go to mommy's, I do not want mommy's, and I do not feel safe.
Your ex-wife stated to police that your child told her in the days leading up to the discovery of the injury, quote, Daddy, kill you.
She can't string together sentences like that. She's 2.5 years old.
You just told me that she had said that she was scared to go to mommy's house.
She is, and I have video of it.
But
and
now
she's
you're
just
saying that she's not capable of saying, "Daddy, kill you"? I mean, it seems like she's either able to say one but not the other.
Jake,
that doesn't make sense.
Jake, to be very direct, this is incredibly disturbing. I am not going to my child to say, "Daddy, kill you."
Didn't really answer the question. Didn't really answer the contradiction there.
Oh, and you're absolutely right to point out it was diametrically opposed to what he had just said before. I mean, Jake, obviously he's doing this interview, or he did this interview with you because he wants to stay on the ballot. He thought it would help him. That's why politicians do things like this. What in this interview you think might help him still win re-election?
I don't know, because I don't think that interview was a direct attempt to appeal to me. I guess he is trying to show, if I had to guess, that he's trying to show President Trump that he's a fighter. He mentioned President Trump a couple times, including, that people were calling for Trump to drop out in 2016, and he didn't, and he ended up being president of the United States. He did do an extensive interview, and it was not an easy interview. So, I mean, I think he can claim that he's not hiding from the press, honestly. But to me, there were a lot more questions and answers that I got personally after that interview.
Yeah, I think that was the case for a lot of us. And the congressman did say that President Trump told him on the phone that it's going to be a very tough race and that he, meaning the congressman, might not be able to pull off a win. So is it clear to you at this point why the president and his allies are not publicly, out in public, pushing harder for Miller to drop out?
My guess is that he's not going to. He has to. I mean, he had to have done so already. The deadline was tonight, and he hasn't. So the Republican Party of Ohio, I don't think, can put somebody else in the seat. There is, also just the fact that President Trump has a relationship with Max Miller. Max Miller was an aide of his. Max Miller dated his communications director, Stephanie Grisham, until that relationship went horribly wrong amidst accusations by Grisham that Max Miller was abusive. So I don't know. I do know that President Trump has a long history of, when these stories come out of women making horrific allegations against Republican men, President Trump has a long track record of siding with the Republican man.
Jake Tapper, like I said, this was a remarkable interview and not an easy thing, I think, to do for a father either. So I really appreciate it. I think we all do the work you did there. Thank you for being with us tonight. All right, let's get a reaction now from our panel. Also joining us, CNN anchor and chief legal analyst Laura Coates. And Laura, let me just start with you, because one of the things the congressman kept on repeating to Jake was that if all the allegations against him were true, if they were true, he'd be in prison. But is it really that simple?
I look at all this through the lens of a domestic violence prosecutor, which I was. And let me tell you, the idea that somebody would be so adamant that he would already be in prison, that's the only way to actually show the credibility of any woman who accused him of these crimes, is just a falsehood, frankly. There are many reasons why prosecutors who might look at these allegations might have to review them in the full context. That includes the idea of any delayed reporting, which sometimes can undermine the pace at which you're able to bring cases. But one way that you can also buttress the credibility of a witness is by bringing in other, especially unrelated persons who are going to corroborate their story through their own interaction with that person. Now, you can't just have what's called propensity evidence and say, because they've committed a different crime or there has been a prior bad act that has not been tested in a court of law, that automatically makes someone who is presumed innocent guilty. But you can use that full context to evaluate and assess whether charges could be brought. I don't know what limitations period is actually in place for any of the allegations, or the level of cooperation any of the women have had with law enforcement, all of which contributes to whether or not you're going to actually bring cases. But I'll tell you, every statement that he made with Jake Tapper today and in statements prior, although not under oath, are absolutely going to be part of the case file and tested against other statements he might make in a court of law or to law enforcement. And I got to tell you, the arrogance that he has said in the past of, well, if this were true, then she wouldn't have made me dinner or offered to do so. You have no idea what behavior somebody who has been victimized will engage in. Everyone can look from the outside in and try to cast judgment and decide that somebody's not credible because they don't do what you think they ought to do in a circumstance. But people who have alleged abuse oftentimes will conform their behavior to that which makes them safest, not which makes them the most popular with those of the court of public opinion.
So, Kristen, Laura's talking about the legal side a little bit there. How about the political side? Just bluntly, did Max Miller, if he wants to stay in the race, help himself tonight?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I mean, first of all, he should not be in this race. I just want that to be very clear. The fact that he's staying in is entirely about the fact that for somebody like him, he thinks there's no reason he should have to leave because he's important and he's special, and why should he have to step down? Everything that he has said over the last 72 hours, the video that he put out saying, oh, none of this stuff is true because she made me dinner, the interview with Jake Tapper just now, inexplicable, horrifying, and there is simply no place for him in Congress. And what I think he's gambling on is the fact that partisanship these days is a hell of a drug. And if you are somebody who is in a district that's maybe R+4, R+5, you think you can get away with doing horrible things and people will hold their nose and vote for you these days. And I just think that's not actually a very smart gamble to make in this political environment.
Scott?
Yeah, first of all, my heart goes out to the family. I mean, you've got a mother, a young child. Bernie Moreno, who I know and am very fond of, a great new senator from Ohio. I mean, I believe them when they say they have gone through what Bernie Moreno called the seventh level of hell. This interview today was remarkable. It was long, it was full of deflection. I found no reason, just as a Republican watching it, why I would want that person above all other Republicans who live in that district to serve in the U.S. Congress. Even if you're Max Miller and you want to argue all of these things are not true or it's made up or whatever, don't you have to ask yourself, what's the best thing for my family? You know, we've got a broken family here. We've got a little girl. He strikes me as someone who needs some personal healing. That family obviously needs some healing. And is the best way to do that to fight it out in a congressional campaign in the middle of American politics the way it is right now? Obviously, the answer to that question is no. I would think it'd be a pretty easy call for Republicans to say, we can do better than this in Ohio.
All right. Thank you both very much. And Laura Coates, we're going to see you back at 11 o'clock Eastern for Laura Coates Live. Everyone else, stay with us. A lot more to talk about, including election returns, and Todd Blanche's nomination for Attorney General clears his first hurdle. But there is now Republican opposition in the full Senate. Could that derail the confirmation? It is election night here in America, right here on CNN. If you are just joining us, the polls are closed in Virginia, Missouri, parts of Kansas, and parts of Michigan. And as the votes are being counted, you can see it right there, real life votes being counted with about 3% in. Abdul Al-Sayed has a lead of, some 13,000 votes over Haley Stevens in Michigan. But this is very early at this point in that race. Now, all eyes are on that Senate race to see if the progressive movement can make inroads against the so-called Democratic establishment. With us now is Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen of Maryland, who was an early supporter of Abdul Al-Sayed in that Democratic primary, or I should say you endorsed him about a month ago. Listen, you have heard all the speculation on both sides that Abdul Al-Sayed would be a worse general election candidate for Democrats in that purple state. You've heard the arguments he's too far left in a purple state. What do you say to that?
John, I think that's dead wrong. I think in this case, Abdul Al-Sayed has been the populist candidate among the Democrats, the anti-status quo candidate among the Democrats. And he understands that this is not so much left versus right as it is folks at the very top, the top 1%, rigging the economy and the rules of the game in a way that benefits them and hurts workers and everybody else. And he gets that. This is why he was endorsed by the UAW. He understands our healthcare system's broken. He supports Medicare for all. So this is a guy who actually can get votes across the political spectrum because he's addressing issues that people across the political spectrum care about. They're hurting economically. He wants to shake things up to help them.
You hear people compare what's been going on in the Democratic Party, to the Tea Party movement on the right starting in 2010. I just heard it moments ago from someone sitting next to me. Do you think that's a fair comparison?
I don't know if that's a fair comparison or not, John. What I do know is that there's a real sense, which I share, that the establishment Democratic Party in Washington gets itself in a bubble. There are all sorts of special interest groups, and you talked about $60 million being spent against Abdul El-Sayed in this race, who, especially when it comes to health care and big pharma, they want a Congress that's going to do their bidding and not the bidding of the public. And so I think Abdul El-Sayed is speaking to those people, and I think that's a message that goes beyond the Democratic primary.
So, Senator, you're no doubt aware of the controversy surrounding Congressman Max Miller of Ohio, who's been accused of domestic abuse by his ex-wife, which Miller denies. His ex-father-in-law is your Senate colleague, Republican Senator Bernie Moreno of Ohio, and I want to play some of what the senator said today about this situation.
This is truly the seventh level of hell. This has been a horrific experience for my entire family. You got to remember, when you don't have kids and you get divorced, you can just say farewell. You never have to see each other again. But when you have a child, you have to co-parent with that individual for the rest of your life. That means scheduling pickups, scheduling drop-offs. This is not something that you can just say, I'll never have to deal with this guy again. My daughter lives in constant fear of this man. Not like something that's existential, but deeply in her heart, she fears what this guy is capable of.
Senator Moreno says that Miller should not be in Congress. Why do you think we aren't hearing more of your Republican Senate colleagues saying that, at least not yet?
Well, that's a good question, and I hope they will listen to Senator Moreno. I don't agree with Senator Moreno on many issues, but I really feel for the pain he and his family are suffering in this situation. So I do hope his fellow Republicans will listen to him. And I hope we haven't gotten to the point where, politics is so polarized that, people will want Miller to stay just because he's another vote.
The Senate Judiciary Committee advanced Todd Blanche's nomination to be Attorney General. We did hear from Senator Susan Collins late today. She is opposed to his confirmation. What do you think the prospects are in the full Senate?
Well, let me just say, in my view, Todd Blanche should not be the Attorney General of the United States, because while his title is now acting Attorney General, he's been acting like Donald Trump's personal lawyer the whole time, and I think that's what we will see if he becomes confirmed as Attorney General. That's what brought us this slush fund to begin with, a slush fund to provide payouts to people who were convicted of crimes on January 6th, and a sweetheart deal for Donald Trump and family members not to pay any taxes that may be due. So we'll have to see, John. On the merits, he should go down. There are 3 Republican senators who have not declared as of tonight where they stand. If they were all to vote against him, then the nomination would fail. But I'm not making a prediction along those lines.
Senator Chris Van Hollen, we appreciate your time tonight. Thank you. Up next, we're getting more results in from the primary races across 5 states, including Michigan, that could shape the fight for control of Congress. John King is standing by at the Magic Wall. It is election night in America. Key primary battles across 5 states at the top of the hour. All polls will be closed in Michigan and Kansas. We're also awaiting results from Washington State later tonight. And the polls have already closed in Virginia and Missouri. John King, that all means, is standing by at the Magic Wall. John, talk to me about what you're seeing in Michigan.
Number one, sadly, John, not breaking news. You've been here on election nights. Michigan does not count quickly. And so we are waiting. As you noted, polls out here in the central time zone parts of the state, they don't close for another 14 minutes or so, but the polls have been closed here for quite some bit, including in Detroit. Wayne County is the largest county in the state, obviously a huge part of the Democratic base. And so the Haley Stevens, Abdul El-Sayed competition will play out across the state, but it plays out mostly right here. Look what we have so far. That would be 300 votes in a very large metropolitan area. So we're waiting here. Then you move up to Macomb County, again, very important part of this state. We have just a handful, a little more than Detroit, but a handful of votes. So we're waiting, John. And as we wait, you see the big lead for El-Sayed right now. That's what people think is going to happen tonight. That's what they think the momentum is. You know, my job in election is to say, let's just wait and be cautious and count the votes. But we just got some more votes in here in Detroit. I saw the color change, so let's go back and look. Not a lot more, but a couple thousand more votes. And Haley Stevens pulls ahead by a little bit in Wayne County, which is Detroit, and then the suburbs out. As again, you know this pretty well. The African-American population, including downriver here. There's also a very big Arab-American population in Dearborn, Dearborn Heights, Hamtramck. That's all part of Wayne County. It's about 18% of the state population, and it is the most Democratic county in the state. So this is where the battle will be. But that's 1% of the vote. And I've been here on many election nights when you're getting to 11 o'clock, midnight, sometimes beyond, John, and you're still waiting for giant chunks of vote out of Wayne County. So we will see how the math goes tonight. El-Sayed out to an early lead. As you know, and as you were discussing earlier with your great panel, this is a huge part of the struggle for the future of the Democratic Party. Is it progressive establishment? Is it new versus old? It's all the above. I was out there recently. There's a lot of energy about this race, a lot of worries among Democrats that no matter who wins, supporters of the other candidate might sulk, might stay home. So there's going to be some healing after, but first we have to find out who will be the Democratic nominee. And this is a big, very big race when it comes to the math in November.
Yeah, talk to me about that very quickly, John. Can the Democrats get to 51 if they lose Michigan?
So let me go through this real quickly for you. Got to switch maps to do that. But you come over here. Here's where we are right now, 57-43. On the map of the Senate races this year, red are held by Republicans, blue are held by Democrats. So let's say Democrats run off a good streak. Let's say they win Maine despite everything that's happened up there. They have a very good candidate in North Carolina, the former governor. They think they can win Ohio with former Senator Sherrod Brown. That would be 50-50, assuming they hold all their own, right? So then it's Iowa or Alaska. Let's say the Democrats do have a big win this year, John, and they get Alaska. Well, that would get them to 51. They need 51 because of J.D. Vance, but what would happen if you lost one of your own, right? Then you'd have to get the other one. You'd have to get Iowa, or you'd have to find some magic on the map. So protecting your own is vital to the Democrats, and they're a little nervous about Michigan.
Yeah, almost essential for them. John King, you'll be there all night. We'll let you get back to crunching the numbers. Thank you very much. Back now with the panel. David Axelrod, let me just start with you. One of these candidates is going to win tonight.
I predict that's true.
Okay, we have our first prediction of the night.
Yeah.
How hard will it be to heal these rifts, which are significant?
Listen, I think the most interesting thing that's going to happen tonight is someone's going to make a speech. And I think the tone of that speech is going to be important because anyone who wins has to recognize that there needs to be a coming together, that this was a war within the family, as it were, but at the end of the day, there needs to be a coming together. So if you're Abdul El-Sayed and you are making a victory speech, I think humility would be the order of the day. I think being open-armed would be the order of the day. And the same would be true for Haley Stevens. You have to get them together.
What is that speech, Van, tonight? From El-Sayed, if he does win, it's not over yet, but if he does win, what's that speech and what's he like as a candidate, do you think?
Well, look, I mean, look at these numbers. If you are an Arab kid in America right now, if you're a Muslim kid in America right now, and you're looking at this is one of the biggest nights of your life. This is Barack Obama. This is Hillary Clinton. So, you know, whenever there's a first, you have real hopes and you have real fears. There's real fears in some Jewish homes tonight, but this is a big deal. And I think no Muslim has gotten this far in American politics. He should speak to that and not any of the divisions in our party. I mean, to be a healing force and to put those kids first.
So Kristen, how much of an appeal might there be to independents and swing voters for El-Sayed if he does prevail?
Well, the thing that he has going for him is if he's a good campaigner who can talk about fighting the system, people want outsiders. That's something that independents have wanted, not just in this cycle, but over the last 2 decades at least. And so there's a real possibility that for candidates who are outsiders, that's just the vibe that independents are looking for. The risk, though, is that independents are not all necessarily on board with Medicare for all and things like that. And so in some cases, there are going to be voters who maybe temperamentally kind of like the idea of shaking things up, but are going to wonder, it feels like the world's a little chaotic right now. Do I want to pick somebody whose views are pretty far outside of where, say, the Democratic Party's mainstream would have been a couple of years ago?
Scott, quickly, is there a be careful what you wish for aspect to this for Republicans if El-Sayed does win, if he is proving himself as an adept candidate?
Well, look, you never take anything for granted, but obviously he's much further to the left, much farther outside of the political mainstream. I mean, you talk about the world being in chaos. During the campaign, a leaked audio from his campaign came out, Abdul El-Sayed, in which he was worried about commenting on the death of the Ayatollah because he didn't want to offend his supporters. Yeah, the world is in chaos, and this guy can't figure out what side of the ball he's on. And so I think Republicans look forward to running against this because there won't be a brighter line than between Abdul El-Sayed and Mike Rogers.
All right, I know you want to say something, but we're going to take a break, and you will have first bite of the apple right when we come back. Our special election coverage continues. It is election night in America. We're starting to see results come in from the key Senate race, the Democratic primary in Michigan. Let's put up those figures. There we go. And you can see with about, I don't know if that's a 6 down at the bottom of the screen, the 6% in, you can see Abdul El-Sayed has a lead of about 21,000 votes right now. They continue to count throughout the night. Back with our panel, David Axelrod, I promised you first here. There has been a name we really haven't mentioned as being potentially the most important person in these congressional races.
Yeah, Donald Trump, and I think he'd be plenty ticked off that we haven't mentioned his name. Donald Trump is going to define this election as every president defines a midterm election. Mike Rogers lost narrowly to Alyssa Slotkin, who's a different kind of candidate in 2004, with Trump winning the state. Trump is now in the mid-30s, I believe, in Michigan. That is a heavy load for Mike Rogers to carry into this race, and I think it's going to be a factor.
And I'm not sure, Scott, you tell me this. Are Republicans going to split from Donald Trump as they run for, if they run in these swing seats?
I don't think so, although I was reminiscing with some friends, some veterans of the 2006 midterm cycle when it was hard to find people who wanted to campaign with George W. Bush. That's not the case now. Republicans still very much love Donald Trump. They want to campaign with Donald Trump. His numbers in the party are better than any modern president's numbers in their own party. So I don't think you're going to see those splits. I think on the Michigan piece, there are certain voters who love to vote for Donald Trump and then they just don't vote for anybody else. And this is an enduring tactical or technical issue for the Republican Party. How do you convince them that, well, if you want Trump to succeed, you can't abandon Trump's team? And that's an argument Rogers is going to have to make. But certainly making it against Abdul El-Sayed, who's a clear radical, is going to be easier than making it against someone who comes more from the mainstream.
You hear Scott saying clear radical there, Van. Is that going to be the race starting tomorrow if El-Sayed wins?
Well, I mean, that's what we'll be hearing. Listen, he's a mixed bag. I mean, the good stuff he's talking about is, people are really suffering. And healthcare costs are outrageous, and he's willing to take on the establishment. I think that for this party, whether he wins the general or not will determine everything. Because if somebody in the middle of this country with those kind of politics can beat a Mike Rogers in the middle of the country, all bets are off for the left in this party.
So you love focus groups. You love hearing from voters. They're talking tonight. What do you think we might learn over this in the next 24 hours?
So I think Democrats are going to draw a lot of conclusions about electability, but they're going to do so in an environment where Donald Trump's numbers are terrible, and they're going to get a lot of people across the finish line who in any other environment wouldn't. And that's why I keep coming back to this comparison to the Republican Tea Party days, where Republicans got a lot of people across the finish line, took the House in 2010 with a lot of candidates who otherwise wouldn't have succeeded. And so Democrats are now going to have a presidential primary in 2028. They're going to come out of this thinking, we can go be super progressive, we can embrace Medicare for all, let's do it. And it'll be interesting because for a long time, Democrats, I think, have been saved by the fact that their activists online and their base of voters have not actually been the same. That there are people who make a lot of noise online and take really out their positions, but actually the rank and file Democratic voter was always a little more middle of the road. That's no longer necessarily the case, and I think
as
that's
you look around the country at Democratic candidates who are featured in these races, he would be an exception, not a rule. There, when you look at guys like Cooper, when you look at the candidate in Iowa, these are mainstream center-left Democrats. So there's going to be, the idea that these progressives are sweeping all of these races.
But I think people are going to look at Mamdani, they're going to look at El-Sayed, and they're going to go, that's the model of the future, and it will be fascinating to
I don't think that's how voters are going to make these decisions. I really don't.
David Axelrod, Van Jones, Kristen Soltis-Anderson, Scott Jennings, thank you all for being here. This is going to be a long night as the votes continue to come in from the primaries across America. CNN's election night coverage continues. The Source with Caitlin Collins starts now.
And good evening. I'm Caitlin Collins, and you are watching CNN's special breaking news coverage of election night in America. There are primaries in 5 states tonight, but there is one Senate primary in particular that has the entire country watching. That's in Michigan, where polls have closed, the votes are being counted, and the progressive left is facing its next big test tonight. Congresswoman Haley Stevens is running there as the more pragmatic establishment Democrat who says she's focused on manufacturing, jobs, and electability. The former county health director, Abdul El-Sayed, is making the case, on the other hand, for a more progressive, combative direction for his party, centered on expanding health care and reducing the influence of big money in politics. The debate over issues like Israel and Gaza, law enforcement and policing are all part of the divide that is shaping up tonight. And while progressive challengers we've seen over the last several weeks and months have been knocking off establishment Democrats in several House races this year and a few others, a Senate nomination in Michigan, which is one of the country's most closely fought battlegrounds, would send a much bigger message. If Democratic voters choose the progressive challenger tonight, that message won't stop in Michigan, but it's going to be heard all the way here in Washington and will likely raise new questions about who speaks for the Democratic Party and what Democratic voters are looking for. It's not a stretch to say that this race could decide control of the United States Senate. And on that note, John King is monitoring all of the returns right now at the Magic Wall. And John, obviously we've been watching this closely. We have been talking about this race nonstop. How are things looking so far tonight?
Caitlin, a critical hour ahead. As you noted, the polls have finally closed. Michigan, sadly, is notoriously slow counting votes. But after all the polls close, we do tend to start to see at least more results come in. At the moment, how is it looking? The insurgent challenger, you would say. Haley Stevens is a member of the House. She's not a Senate. But she is the establishment. He is the insurgency. Abdul El-Sayed ahead at the moment, 53% to 44% there. I'm rounding him up a bit. About 17% of the vote in. So that's significant. You want to come out of the gate and you want to hold the lead. The question is, what are we waiting for? And if you look at the map, you see all that gray. That means 0 votes from any of those counties. So we're waiting for quite a bit. But let's just start down here. Wayne County is Detroit. It is the base of the Democratic Party. It is by far the largest county. You have an African-American population, Democratic base in the city. You have a lot, tens of thousands of Arab-American voters in Dearborn, Dearborn Heights, Hamtramck. That all plays out here in Wayne County. And you look, we're just 2% of the vote in Wayne County. 2,300 votes, 2,100 votes. We have a long way to go. And I said Michigan is notoriously slow. Wayne County is even more counts more slowly, let me try that in English, than the rest of the state. At the moment, if you look at Macomb County, which is next to that, it's the 3rd largest county, and Oakland County, which is right next to it, the 2nd largest county. Look how close these margins are out of the gate here. 50 to 48 if you round those up. Oakland County is where Haley Stevens' congressional district is right here. I was at an Abdul El-Sayed event just across the Detroit line here in Oakland County just a couple of weeks ago. Again, this is you get from the more gritty suburbs here into the more affluent suburbs out here. This is a hugely important 2nd largest county in the state. Look at it right now, 49 to 49. Come over here to Macomb County, blue collar, union, auto workers and the like. Again, 49, 46. Down in Wayne County itself, look at that. Again, the margins in the 3 biggest counties right now are very, very close, but we have a lot of votes to count. And then the question is, Caitlin, does somebody pull away in the more populated area, and are we counting all the way up through the upper area and up through the upper peninsula? That's what we'll see in the hours ahead. But when you go statewide at the moment, El-Sayed with a lead. What Haley Stevens is hoping for is that she can boost her numbers. You see the dark blue. She needs dark blue in the urban areas. If this down here stays dark blue, she's got a chance. You start seeing any of those bigger counties shifting toward El-Sayed, then the math would change. But it's Michigan. We're going to be counting a while.
Well, good. That means we have you here the whole hour, John. And as that gray fills in, we're going to be checking back in with you.
I'll be here.
At the Magic Wall. John King, we'll see you in a few moments. Right now, I want to go to Detroit. That's where my colleague Jeff Zeleny and Arlette Saenz are both standing by. Arlette is at Abdul El-Sayed's campaign headquarters tonight. And Arlette, obviously, the big question is how the candidates themselves and their campaigns are feeling as the votes are now coming in and being counted.
Well, there's a lot of excitement and optimism coursing through this primary event for Abdul El-Sayed, as his team is very optimistic about the chances of him emerging as the victor in this Democratic primary this evening. And speaking with senior advisors this evening, they really believe that part of the reason that he could be successful in this Democratic primary is because he's maintained a very consistent message, returning to 3 refrains during this campaign of getting money out of politics, money in people's pockets, and promoting Medicare for All. In talking with a lot of El-Sayed supporters earlier today, they said that the idea of big money being spent in this race by outside forces was a real frustration for them and a big reason why they decided to vote for El-Sayed in this campaign. Haley Stevens, the more moderate candidate, saw more than $60 million spent on her behalf by outside groups, and many voters said that that was simply a turnoff in this race. But this contest is really such a big test for the progressive movement. I spoke a little bit earlier with Milat Kiro. She is that Democratic socialist who beat a Democratic incumbent in a U.S. House primary out in Colorado. She is on hand here at this event, and she told me that she believes El-Sayed is about to send a message that the progressive movement can be successful in a battleground state like Michigan. So all eyes will be on how exactly this race turns out, if a progressive can win, and then the big question is how they would perform in a midterm election against a Republican here in a very swingy purple state of Michigan.
All right, Arlette Tynes, we'll check back in with you throughout the hour. Jeff Zeleny, you're over at Haley Stevens' headquarters. What is their campaign? What's her campaign saying tonight?
Well, Caitlin, the supporters of Haley Stevens are not here behind me, but I can see them just in the distance there. There's an open bar, there's a charcuterie buffet. There are several dozen supporters here in a fairly upbeat mood, but that belies the true sentiment of what many of her loyal supporters actually worry may be happening this evening. Yes, the votes are coming in, as John was talking about. Oakland County, so important here, just north of Detroit, of course, her home base. But this establishment movement here, she has the full weight of the party establishment. It's very much an open question if it will be able to slow or stop the progressive movement. And talking to advisors and supporters throughout the day, they sort of view these the Democratic primary here with 3 lanes. African-American voters, which is a huge part of the electorate here, very important historic part of the electorate here, have largely supported Haley Stevens. The progressive movement have largely supported Abdul El-Sayed. It's that mainstream Democratic movement in the middle that some Stevens supporters worry Abdul El-Sayed has been eating into, as he has been really calling for change. Now, Haley Stevens is not in the U.S. Senate, but she is in the U.S. House. She talks about how she will be elected to get it done. She talks about the bills that she has helped pass. That is not the mood of this electorate. This is a Democratic electorate looking for change, calling for change in any flavor that you may want to describe it as. So her credentials here are not necessarily being rallied by a lot of voters, but it is also unclear what the turnout is going to be. One of the things that her campaign was looking for was a big boost of support from the governor of Michigan, Gretchen Whitmer, who came out a couple weeks ago and supported her. She's not here this evening, and she has not been on the campaign trail with her this weekend. So there are some signs perhaps to be read into that as well. But the bottom line is here, for all of the talk about the fight for the direction of the Democratic Party, one person is watching all of this evening. That is Mike Rogers, the Republican, a former congressman who is the likely nominee as well. He believes that he has benefited from all of this. And the big question for Democrats, even as they're still hoping for a victory here, is that can Democrats unify after all of this is over?
Jeff,
Caitlin?
Can I ask you, I mean, you've covered so many campaigns and election nights. You know, we could hear how loud it is at the Abdul El-Sayed headquarters where Arlette is. It is odd, you know, to see the room that you're in. You said that Haley Stevens' supporters are off to the side. I mean, does it strike you as different compared to other ones that you've covered on these election nights?
It does in terms of optics. I literally can look into a room next to this. There are signs that say, "I'm your gal." That has been one of her rallying cries. I can see a bar. I can see supporters there. There's a grand piano. Unclear why it was set up like this, why this room is empty behind me here, but I can tell you there are people in the distance. But that does not necessarily change the fact that there is a sense here that this may not be a victory party for long, Caitlin.
Yeah. Also interesting that Whitmer herself is not there. Jeff Zeleny will check back in with you throughout the hour. Thank you. And I do want to note, as we are counting the votes in Michigan tonight, we have a CNN projection to make, as our decision desk now projects that Michigan Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson will win the Democratic nomination for governor. She right now is the state's top elections official who drew the national attention, remember, back in 2020 when she defended their election results in other battleground states. She is now going to be advancing to a potentially competitive general election as Democrats are working to defend the governor's mansion that Jeff Zeleny was just talking about there. As we count the votes tonight, I have our top political sources with me this evening. And Karen, obviously, we're just looking at the optics of where Jeff is, where Arlette is, what the headquarters look like for these different campaigns. We don't know what that means for what the votes are going to say tonight. Yeah. But tonight is a really big test. Can these more progressive challengers that have been succeeding in deep blue territory, can they do so in a true political battleground like Michigan?
I think ultimately tonight is about trust, and that is, who do voters trust to deliver what they care about? And I think Arlette did an interview earlier today, and a voter said something I think is very important that I hope all Democrats pay attention to, which is she said, I want Democrats to fight for what Democrats believe in the way Republicans fight for what they say they believe in. And that tells you, that is the gap right now. People have not felt like Democratic elected officials, at least here in Washington, have been fighting for them the way they have seen Republican. I mean, granted, I would not ever want my Democrats to, bend over the way these guys do for Trump. That being said, I think they feel like they're angry. And I think that's part of why Haley has been out there trying to make her case. It was interesting what Jeff was saying. She's been trying to say, I am fighting for you. I am here. I am in your community. And I've heard that's paid off. Like, they like the fact that they've seen her there on the ground. Some of our incumbents have not been doing that. And that is part of why, almost the Andrew Cuomo effect that we saw in New York. The last thing I'll say is with Syed, in all fairness, we have not accurately covered the fact that he is, frankly, the issue about Gaza and Israel is so low on what people actually care about. This is a guy who got $7 million of health care debt canceled for 300,000 Michiganders. When he goes out and he talks about that, and he talks about money in politics, and he talks about lowering costs, and he talks about health care, that's what they really care about. So it will be interesting to see, but I hope we pay attention to what voters are saying.
Well, and Bernie Sanders urged him to talk more about health care and that issue that he's been so public about. When you look at this, Michael, in terms of, you heard Jeff mention Mike Rogers. Yeah. That's the Republican that whichever Democrat wins tonight is going to be facing. How are Republicans watching tonight in Michigan?
Well, we're hoping that Democrats make the catastrophic mistake of electing El Sayed, and I'll tell you why. He may not identify as a Democratic socialist, but there's a reason every single Democratic prominent socialist in America is endorsing his candidacy. There's a reason why when you look at polling, segmentation of voters, older African-American voters are not registering and supporting him in high numbers. Blue-collar, non-college degreed Michiganders are not supporting him in high numbers. And so if you're a Democrat and you're trying to figure out your micro-targeting, where can you pull the coalition together to beat a Mike Rogers, who, by the way, only lost by 19,000 votes against Alyssa Slotkin several years ago, the closest Senate race in Michigan history, you have got to be nervous about whether or not this guy can pull together that traditional coalition that Kieran is definitely familiar with as a Democrat to get him across the finish line. I'm not convinced that he is. There's a lot about this guy and his views that have not been revealed to Michiganders on a broad scale yet, and I promise you we're going to target him hard and heavy.
I mean, how are Democratic leaders in Washington watching this?
They're nervous because, coming into this, the conventional wisdom in this town is that Abdul El-Sayed is the front runner and very likely could be the nominee. And I can tell you the campaigns are already being written assuming that Abdul El-Sayed is the nominee on the GOP side. The question will be on the Democratic side, how will they recalibrate in terms of deciding where to put money across the map? They know they absolutely have to hold Michigan. Do they decide to go all out, spend all that kinds of money that El-Sayed has been railing against, all the outside money that's been coming in against him? He's been outspent by an enormous amount by Haley Stevens and outside groups. Will those same outside groups come in and try to prop him up, knowing that they have to hold on to this seat? That's going to be a big question coming in. And I will say that yes, Mike Rogers barely lost last cycle. Last cycle was much different. It was a presidential year. Donald Trump was at the top of the ticket. he is far less popular now. The question that I have, how much does he latch himself on to Trump? Is that a good calculation? Because he made that calculation in 2024. It almost got him across the finish line. This time it could be different.
Yeah, and in terms of just what it means, I mean, because Chuck Schumer has effectively endorsed Haley Stevens in this race. Bernie Sanders is someone who has broken with them and is endorsing different candidates all over the place that, Democratic leaders in Washington don't appreciate. But when we had Bernie Sanders on the show last week, I asked him, what message does it send if Abdul El-Sayed wins tonight? And this is what he said.
What are they afraid of? And the answer is that if Abdul wins, it's going to be a close race, but if he's able to withstand this $60 million in expenditure, the word goes out all over the country, we can take on the oligarchs, we can take on the super PACs, and in fact, we can create a government that works for all. That is what makes the Democratic leadership very nervous.
It is true that Stevens got $60 million more than he did in outside spending.
And let me tell you, people hate that. And they hate it even more because they see the corruption in Washington. I mean, I mentioned this months ago. I'm on the board of Ed Citizens United. Months ago, in focus groups, unprompted, people were saying corruption in Washington is keeping my costs high. So when he talks also about her being bought and paid for, whether that's true or not, I don't know her voting record, people hear that, and you've heard voters repeating it back. They're furious about it. And every day they see Trump doing more of that, it makes them feel more like Washington is corrupt. These people don't care about me. They're bought and paid for. And they don't really distinguish, by the way, most voters, between it's a Republican super PAC or a Democratic super PAC. They just hear big money in politics, and they hate it because they think it's not about me.
But when the big money comes to prop up El-Sayed, which is necessary because there's a cash advantage on the Republican side compared to the Democratic side, what will he do? Will he run and retract and say, I don't want a national support to help me win this race because I want to be morally consistent? Or will he be the hypocrite and say, no, I need all the dollars I can to get me across the finish line? And what does that do to the moral supremacy, I suppose, he believes he has in his argument?
He has sworn off corporate PACs. How will that change come general election? A lot is on the line, too, for Bernie Sanders tonight and in this cycle, especially if Abdul El-Sayed wins. He was an early supporter of his. We saw what happened with Graham Plattner, Bernie Sanders getting him behind there. And also a critical battleground race tonight, Caitlin, in the Michigan Congressional District. Tom Barrett, the incumbent Republican candidate there. Democrats absolutely must pick up that seat. Bernie Sanders is back to candidate William Lawrence in that Democratic primary that the Congressional Black Caucus opposes. And if Lawrence wins, because of his past comments, and if Lawrence wins, that's another Bernie Sanders candidate who wins, and that he'll have to help push that person across the finish line.
Yeah, that's a great point. And we will be watching that very closely in addition to all of the races tonight. My whole panel is sticking around. Up next here for us, as the votes are being counted, what tonight means for the progressive movement and the future of the Democratic Party. We have Congressman Ro Khanna and Van Jones both here for a debate you will not want to miss. We're back with another CNN projection, as we can now say that the Missouri Congressman Wesley Bell will defeat the progressive former Congresswoman Cori Bush in a reprise of their 2024 battle for the Democratic nomination in the state's first congressional district tonight. Obviously, Bush had been hoping to build on the growing progressive sentiment in her party in that race tonight, but Bell is going to hold on to that seat. It also comes as we're watching the results come in for Michigan's Democratic Senate primary that we've been talking about. The emergence of a candidate like Abdul El-Sayed, who 8 years ago lost his race for governor to Gretchen Whitmer by 20 points, has been part of that wider shift in the Democratic Party. One of my next sources, Congressman Ro Khanna, has embraced that shift and has endorsed Abdul El-Sayed in this race. The other, Van Jones, has warned against the Democratic Party shifting too far. Both of you are here tonight, and thank you for being here. Congressman, as you're watching this and you're seeing who progressives are backing, who more establishment Democrats are backing in this race tonight, what message do you believe an Abdul El-Sayed victory would send tonight?
Look, this is not a personal race. I know both of the candidates. I served with Haley Stevens in the Obama administration. And of course, I've worked with Abdul El-Sayed. The reason he's winning is simple. He's fought for Medicare for all. People are very upset that they don't have health care, that their insurance premiums are going up. He's saying we shouldn't be giving more money into these foreign wars. People see their gas prices going up. They see their food prices going up, and that's resonating. And he's saying we should be taxing these billionaires and giving actually more money to the working class. And that message is resonating. But if he wins, which I believe he will, we need to bring the coalition together. Haley did incredible work with Ron Bloom to save the auto industry. I was there in the Obama administration. And we need to unify around our nominee to win this seat.
Van, how are you seeing this tonight?
You know, I got a chance to talk to young voters on both sides of this in Michigan, and I learned so much. You know, Abdul, and we know him. He was at CNN for a while. If he wins tonight, it's a first. We've never had a Muslim make it this far in the Democratic Party nominating process for a senator. So if you're a young Muslim right now, you're looking at these numbers. This is one of the biggest nights of your life to see something like this happening and what that means for you. But whenever you have a first, there's hopes and there's fears. I learned from the young voters who are, for Haley Stevens. They're afraid. They look at someone like Abdul, who's calling for a total arms embargo, not just condition the aid, not just condition the military aid, but a total arms embargo. No defensive weapons, not even the Iron Dome, is acceptable to him. They see that as a direct threat to Israel. And so there's fear, I think, for some as they watch his rise. And then at the same time, I do think that the young voters who are excited about Abdul, they told me about an economic reality that they can't handle. The price is too high. They feel like the morals of the country are wrong, that the lives of Palestinian babies are not valued. And they wanted somebody to stand up for their morals and their values. And so you've got a young generation here that's really struggling economically. They're struggling with moral questions. I think Abdul is probably going to win tonight. I think he has a tremendous opportunity to maybe back off of some of the more extreme policies. If you want to condition aid, that's one thing. But to say that Israel can't even defend itself, it can't even buy weapons to defend itself from America, that's too far. So I think he's got an opportunity to readjust, reassure some of these young Jewish voters. But this is a big moment for young Arabs and young Muslims, and I think you gotta give that moment to him tonight. It's historic tonight in our party.
Congressman, you know him, the candidate, better than I do. Obviously, you've endorsed him in this race. But, I mean, he's very brash and doesn't back off of his positions at all in his interviews. If he wins tonight, I mean, do you think he should follow Van's advice there, or do you think he'll stick to what he's been running on the campaign trail?
Well, he's going to stick to Medicare for all. I mean, he's a doctor. He wrote a book about it. And to me, that was actually the central issue that's winning this race for him. I know there's a lot of attention on the other issues, but when I campaigned with him across the state of Michigan, people were saying, look, Trump cut $1 trillion from Medicaid. Our premiums are going up. Why can't we have free universal health care in a country that's producing more wealth than ever before? He's going to stick to the idea that we shouldn't be giving our money to foreign countries and in these foreign wars, and we should be investing domestically. And I believe he's going to stick to the idea in Gaza that there was a genocide. I mean, I've been in Dearborn to the Wall of Tears. There are 19,000 names there of young Palestinians who were killed with their age. I mean, it is heart-wrenching. Of course, October 7th was a terrorist attack. That was heart-wrenching. I've met with Rachel and John Poland, and who lost Hirsch. I understand that pain, but we can also acknowledge that there was enormous pain in Gaza that was committed, and he's going to stick to that. I believe that on the Iron Dome, I have said that that's something that Israel should be able to buy, that the United States shouldn't be sending them aid, but they should be able to buy because we have 700,000 Americans there in Israel. And we don't want any civilian life to be killed. So that's something that we can continue to have a conversation about.
Look, I respect your position on that, but that's not Abdul's position. I hope that he changes that position, because to say that Israel can't even buy weapons to defend itself, it's too far. And that puts a message out that it's open season for Israeli children, which we don't want. Look, I think this is a very important moment in this party. These young voters that I talked to, they were on both sides. They were very smart. This idea you have this young generation of people who are just lazy. They just want a bunch of free stuff. These young people are working 2 or 3 gig jobs. They can see that the country is not working for them. They want real change. I think if the establishment candidates, this is what happens in democracy. If you get too far away from everyday people's pain and you don't have good answers, democracy moves away from you. So I don't think it's about putting folks down and name calling, but it is about the wake-up call. If the establishment candidates have better answers, they are not getting through the next generation. They're just not.
Yeah, and some other things that Abdul El-Sayed has said on Israel. He says, I don't believe in an unconditional blank check for military aid. He's talked about what that looks like with international law. He says, I'd rather spend our money on healthcare and schools and infrastructure here at home than bombing other people elsewhere. When he was asked if he thinks Israel is as evil as Hamas, he said, yes, killing tens of thousands of people makes you pretty damn evil. It's not how evil is this one versus that one. Hamas is evil, Israeli government evil. You can say both. That was his quote.
Look, I think that kind of speaks for itself. This is the kind of thing that I think people have a problem with. Look, conditioning aid at this point, you can understand why people would say that. People feel that Israel overreacted to October 7th, but now there may be an overcorrection in our party that says don't even sell them weapons to defend their children. That doesn't make a lot of sense. The Iron Dome was Obama's attempt to protect. It's a defensive weapon, just so you can't drop rockets on Israelis. You've now got somebody who might be in the Senate saying that's not even, that they object to that you should just leave Israeli children to be bombed and rocketed. Nobody in their right mind should say that, just like, as the congressperson said, nobody in their right mind wants all these Palestinian children to be bombed. And so I think this is why there is concern in our party that your people are going too far in one direction. But if the establishment just picks on Abdul for these excesses, and they don't listen to what he's saying about money out of politics, they don't listen to what he's saying about the corporate influence, they don't listen to what he's saying about the pain of a healthcare system that people cannot afford. Even when they get insurance, you still can't pay the premiums. Then you're missing the whole point. This is a mixed message. Some of it's too extreme, but some of it is right on the money. And the establishment has got to start listening to these young people. They've got to start listening to candidates like Abdul. And if you don't like getting whooped, like you're going to get whooped tonight, then you're going to have to make some changes at the establishment level.
Congressman, do you think that Democratic leaders will take away with that message there tonight, should he prevail?
They need to. Look, Van and I both remember when Barack Obama won and his speech at Grant Park and how that opened the doors and changed the view of leadership in this country. I say I wouldn't have been in Congress if Barack Obama hadn't won. An Indian American of Hindu faith would never have been elected. And we both had the opportunity, along with Haley, to work for Obama. I believe the victories we are seeing across this country, Zohran Mamdani, a Muslim American person becoming mayor of New York, Abdul El-Sayed looking like he's going to be the first Muslim American to be senator of Michigan. We should celebrate this. This isn't Donald Trump's America saying, you know what, we're actually a multiracial democracy. We're a democracy that welcomes everyone. That Donald Trump, your vision, J.D. Vance, your vision of hierarchical Americans, we reject that. We're much better than that. And yes, we can have a debate about the specifics policies. I've told you that I believe we need to be protecting Israeli civilian lives like Palestinian lives, American lives. There are 700,000 American lives. But let's not lose the bigger picture about what this represents in changing. It's historic in Michigan, a swing state. And every person who's brown or black or a different faith should look at this and say, you know what? I can run for office and I can become a senator. I could become president. That's an amazing thing. It's an amazing thing for the country.
Yeah.
Look, I just want to echo that. If you are a young Muslim kid or an Arab kid, look at these numbers. Look at these numbers right next to us. You can do anything you want to in this country. We need you. We love you. If you're a parent with tears in your eyes tonight, I get it. We can talk about, as the congressman said, the politics later. It's history tonight, and God bless you.
Van Jones, Congressman Ro Khanna, we will continue to look at the numbers here. We're going to keep counting as John King is at the Magic Wall for us tonight. Thank you both for being here. My next source tonight also ran against Haley Stevens and Abdul El-Sayed for the Democratic Party's Senate nomination in Michigan. What does she think about what we are seeing so far tonight? She's here right after this. My next source tonight was also previously running in Michigan's Democratic Senate primary that is playing out right now. And despite getting endorsements from several national Democrats, she eventually withdrew last month after struggling to carve out a distinct lane between these other two candidates that we've been talking about. And State Senator Mallory McMorrow joins me now. And thank you so much for being here. Obviously, you're deeply familiar with how this race is playing out tonight. I think one question for your party is, no matter which candidate wins tonight, how do Democrats in your state unify, given how bruising the primary campaign has been?
Look, the thing about Michigan is we are a purple battleground state. And when you looked at the three of us in this race, at the end of the day, the differences between the three of us were pretty narrow. We all wanted you to have health care. We all want to end illegal wars. We all wanted to rein in the corruption of the Trump administration. The ideas on how we wanted to do that differed, but the contrast couldn't be clearer between anybody running on the Democratic side and Mike Rogers, who stood on stage with Donald Trump just in the last few days and said that Michigan needs a senator that is not going to stand in the way of Donald Trump's agenda, a man who has dismissed Michiganders' concerns about affordability. So what's important today is that we all come together tonight. We reach out to supporters of all of the candidates and be laser focused on November. And if I know anything about Michiganders, we're going to do exactly that.
And we're still counting the votes. We don't know yet who the nominee is going to be. If Abdul El-Sayed holds on to the lead, though, that he has right now, based on what the returns we do have, do you think that Democratic leaders in Washington have been taking the, kind of progressive insurgency that we've been seeing? Do you think they've been taking it seriously enough so far?
Look, something that was true in my campaign, when I announced in April of last year, I said from day one that we needed new leadership in the Democratic Party. And we are seeing that people are crying out for change. They are saying that the cost of everything is too high, that it shouldn't be this hard to get by in a state like Michigan, in the United States of America. You should not go bankrupt when you go to the hospital if you have a medical condition. And after Trump won Michigan narrowly in 2024, I think a lot of voters have had enough. And we are seeing that play out across our state, not only tonight, but at our Democratic Party convention months ago. We had a record number of delegates show up, sign up, join the Democratic Party. And I don't want us to lose that in splitting hairs between how ugly this primary got. And it did get pretty ugly. People are energized and they're engaged and they're tired of the status quo and business as usual. And that's from both sides of the aisle. And I know that Michigan Democrats are a different breed, and we're going to take that seriously. We're going to come together. We're going to unite. And we're going to go win not only in this race. Jocelyn Benson's race just got called to be our Democratic nominee for governor. We're going to flip our state house back. We're going to expand our state Senate majority and show the rest of the country, yeah, we want change, and we're going to build it from right here in Michigan.
Do you mind telling us who you voted for today?
I voted for great Democrats all up and down the ballot, and I made a commitment that whoever wins the Senate race tonight, I will be endorsing. As soon as that race is called, I will be headed to their election night party to show we all come together after whatever happens tonight so that we can be a team as we head to November.
Well, the reason I ask is because if you voted for, say, Haley Stevens, and she is not the nominee tonight, and then you do go and endorse Abdul El-Sayed, it might resonate more with her voters or others in terms of your point about Democrats in Michigan uniting.
Yeah, I made it explicitly clear. I trust the voters to decide. I ran hoping that I would bring a lot to the table as an option for Michiganders. Unfortunately, there was no path for me, and I decided to take a step back. But look, public polling showed that my supporters split just about evenly between both Abdul and Haley. So I'm going to let the voters decide. I'm going to trust the voters, and I will be there giving everything I got to make sure that we win.
I had to try. State Senator Mallory McMorrow, thank you for joining us tonight, and we will see who the nominee is and who you end up endorsing tonight. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Up next, we're going to check back in with John King at the Magic Wall. You heard her there. She says she'll endorse whoever the candidate is. We'll see what the numbers are showing us tonight in Michigan. We're continuing to count the votes in the high-stakes Michigan Democratic Senate primary tonight between Abdul El-Sayed and Haley Stevens on this election night. John King is at the Magic Wall. John King, we checked in with you about 47 minutes ago. How's it looking so far?
Caitlin, John King is not known as a patient man.
Me neither.
But Michigan requires you to be patient. We're up to about 22% of the vote. El-Sayed, look, part of this is you want to be the leading horse out of the gate, and you want to continue to hold the lead. El-Sayed was leading out of the gate, and he has continued to hold the lead. But we're at 22% of the votes. We have a ways to go. But it's a 20,000 vote lead, or 51 to 45, if you do it. So you bring up the state. You're starting to see, a good thing, more of these counties are giving us votes. And if you're just looking with your eyes, it seems roughly even split, right? The dark blue is Haley Stevens. The lighter blue is Abdul El-Sayed. The question is, where are the votes, right? And so we're going to do this again, and this is where we get disappointed. We're going to go down to Wayne County. Whoops, that's Monroe. Sorry, that's just south of Detroit, but they're in the same boat. Wayne County is the largest metropolitan area. It's the largest county in the state. It's the #1 population center. It's about 18% of the statewide vote. It's the Democratic base in the state, and we have 2% of the vote. So we're going to be here a bit. I've done this for a long time, as you know, and sometimes it's 10, 11, sometimes even midnight before you get a critical mass out of Wayne County. So we're waiting right there. And you look at Oakland County there, Caitlin, they're counting faster. El-Sayed's ahead. Wayne County is going to decide whether he holds that lead. John
King, you think we'll know by the end of tonight where it stands?
Oh, you're not going to do that to me, are you? We should. We should. When Wayne County pushes us some votes, we should.
Okay.
But end of tonight would be 11:59:59, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, by then, yeah.
Your coffee's on me, John King. Don't worry.
Amen.
Maybe it was something else. We'll check back in with you. Thank you, John King. My panel is back here with me. Obviously, we've been watching all this closely. One person who, Mallory McMorrow is saying she's going to endorse once we know who it is. Pete Buttigieg is also expected to rally with whoever it is that takes away from this ticket come Friday, but has not yet endorsed in this race. But he told Politico this about what he's watching.
I think that I'm going to have an important, not important, but it is important to me that I play a good role in helping the party come together. Obviously, it's a very spirited primary, right? Which means you got just a few weeks to get everybody on the same page. I want to be part of that. And so the less I run my mouth about how I'm going to vote, the better role I can play afterwards and bring everybody together.
It is interesting to see how people are watching this.
Yeah, and someone who may have run for the Senate himself, otherwise perhaps has an eye on something else at the moment here. Look, the late primary clearly benefits the GOP, right? They made the decision early on the Republican side, clear the field for Mike Rogers. The Republican leadership consolidated behind Mike Rogers. They went to President Trump. They got President Trump's endorsement and made sure that they knew full well they're seeing what's happening in some of their other states and their other messy primaries, like, say, Georgia, that's led to a very difficult situation trying to pick up a seat. And they saw what was happening here with this open seat. It's going to be a real challenge to try to put these pieces back together. This was a very divisive primary. Yes, Mallory McMorrow downplaying in your interview the differences between them, but the differences are very stark on some of these key issues. The issue of Gaza, the issue of Israel, the issue, just the divide among the coalition, too. Younger voters really went to Abdul El-Sayed in a way that we probably are not seeing so far with Haley Stevens. We'll see how that turns out at the end of the night. I'd be very interested if Abdul El-Sayed wins tonight, what his coalition look like, and how much work he has to do with particularly African-American voters, which is a key, of course, demographic here.
Yeah, and he said Medicare for All will be one of his #1 issues if he makes it to the Senate. On AIPAC spending, he said, I'm going to let them burn $50 million of their dollars and still beat their candidate and still come for them when I'm in the U.S. Senate. I mean, that is how he's approaching this race tonight.
I would just remind us, Medicare for All, John Conyers, prominent member of the CBC, introduced that legislation over and over and over. So some of these things actually have their roots in the black community. If he's smart, that would be part of how he talks about it. I don't want to count Haley Stevens out yet, though, because we don't know. I did think it was interesting in that interview the way, though, Pete was trying to have it both ways so that he could be a uniter at the, you see that in a lot of the presidentials. They want to, be part of uniting the country. I think we're going to hear that talking point a few times over in the next few months.
One question tonight, obviously, is we're looking at Michigan specifically, what it means. Can he beat the Republican in this race if it is Abdul El-Sayed? Because that's what Democratic leaders have been concerned about. But for progressives overall, and the message this sends tonight when they're not just playing in deep blue territory, in Wisconsin, another true political battleground, Francesca Hong, we were talking with her last night. Their primary is next week. She's been under fire for a lot of things that she said previously when it comes to prisons shouldn't exist in a perfect world, ICE, defunding the police. Even she once said that she believed Thanksgiving should be canceled. We had her on the show last night, and I asked her about this, and Democrats were texting me today about the way she answered the question. Do you still believe that Thanksgiving should be canceled?
I'm a chef, and one of the first meals that I made that was for the community when I was 16 was a Thanksgiving meal. I always think my hospitality background in owning a restaurant for 7-8 years, that bringing folks around the table to share conversation and build community is always a good thing. But Thanksgiving is also a time that's incredibly painful for many people in our communities.
David Axelrod said, answers like that cause many to think if this chef wins the gubernatorial primary in Wisconsin, Democrats may be cooked.
Yeah, look, he's 100% correct. A lot of these candidates are outside of mainstream Democrat policies, I would say. Correct me if I'm wrong, Kieran, as a Republican here.
Yeah.
But that said, though, I think Manu's point's correct. I've heard Kieran make this argument for the past couple of weeks as well. If El-Sayed wins this thing, he's going into the general with a very fractured coalition. This is going to be a competitive race. Michigan is a purple state. There are coalitions and cohorts within that state that you must gravitate and galvanize in order to get across the finish line. And someone with extreme far left positions, someone who doesn't believe Israel has a right to exist. Van said he hopes he pivots, but yet Hassan Piker is with him tonight, a guy who said the United States deserved September 11th. These are the types of people he's bringing on to his coalition. I am just not convinced, Caitlin, that that's the type of messaging that will permeate and get enough Democrats, particularly those moderates, particularly those who don't have a college degree, particularly those older African Americans, to say, this is going to be my candidate. They want a fighter, not a disruptor who's going to burn it all down. And that's who this guy is.
No, he's not. He's been, that's not, based on what's going on the ground in Michigan, that's actually not how he's been campaigning. Either one of them is going to have to put together a winning coalition, what I would call a rainbow coalition, actually. Both of them, because the Democratic Party we are a Big Ten party, and that means you got to pull a lot together. But I would not underestimate the desire to take out someone who represents Donald Trump. I would not underestimate the amount of vitriol, particularly in a state like Michigan. Think about the tariffs that have just come back. Think about how that has not impacted manufacturing. Donald Trump's manufacturing is coming back.
To Manu's point earlier is that this is a very different race than what Mike Rogers ran before, than what Abdul El-Sayed himself ran before, in terms of if he does win tonight, if he does pull this off, the progressive momentum is real.
Yeah.
That's what this is going to demonstrate.
And they're speaking to anger. They're speaking to real anger.
No question about that. And he's tapped into the anger effectively in the primary. But then what about the general election? Right. Will he shift to the middle, Abdul El-Sayed, as the nominee? Will he clean up some of his positions, like those past tweets?
We'll
Those
see.
are big questions.
Yep.
Only 24% in so far. We still have a long way to go, as John King made very clear. But don't worry, he's sticking with us all night. Thanks, everyone, for being here. Up next, we have Source Code. We give you a number at the center of a story in the news. Tonight's Source Code is 3. Can you figure out what the story is? We'll be right back. Tonight's Source Code is 3. As in 3 more cases that were dropped by federal prosecutors against people who were previously charged in connection with allegedly damaging the reflecting pool. That now makes 4 failed reflecting pool cases and indictments after the D.C. U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro moved to dismiss that case against the former Olympian David Hearn last Friday night, which, as we saw yesterday in the Oval Office, enraged President Trump. after he told reporters that she choked and folded like an umbrella. Her court filing blamed the damage on shoddy workmanship, not vandalism, and pinpointed the blame on the Interior Secretary Doug Burgum, creating a rift between the two of them. Thanks so much for joining us here tonight. Our election night coverage is going to continue with my colleague Abby Phillip picking it up now.
Tonight, battle of the lefts. Democrats in Michigan decide who will rep them in the race to keep a critical seat. Plus,
I am never going to give up.
A congressman accused of abuse refuses to leave his race, and his former father-in-law and current senator sounds the alarm.
My daughter lives in constant fear of this man. This is truly the 7th level of hell.
And a Republican senator on his way out delivers a quote that will live in MAGA infamy.
There's nothing we could do to rein in the president.
Live at the table, Scott Jennings, Ashley Allison, Peter Meyer, Xochitl Hinojosa, and Scott McFarlane. Americans with different perspectives aren't talking to each other, but here they do.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Good evening, I'm Abby Phillip in New York. Breaking news tonight, the results are rolling in key states in primaries all across the country, setting up some critical races that could determine the balance of power in Congress in November. The biggest fight, perhaps, is in the state of Michigan, where a battle for the Senate is serving as a crucial test for the Democratic establishment. And who voters ultimately choose to nominate tonight will send a powerful message about the future of the Democratic Party. Will they rally behind the moderate establishment-endorsed Congresswoman Haley Stevens or the progressive former public health official Abdul El-Sayed? Now, let's get straight to CNN's chief national correspondent, John King, who is, of course, tracking these results for us over at the Magic Wall. Now, John, what are we seeing in Michigan right now? Where does that race stand?
It stands the insurgent change candidate, Abdul El-Sayed, with a steady lead over the Congresswoman Haley Stevens, as you noted, the establishment-endorsed candidate. The margin has been pretty steady for quite some time. The frustrating part, Abby, is that we only have about 24% of the vote, and so we need to be careful. But in any political race, you want to come out of the gate in front, and El-Sayed has stayed in front. The question is what happens when we get more votes. And I just want to come down here. This is Detroit. This is Wayne County. The polls there closed at 8 o'clock 2 hours ago, and we are up to 4% reporting. And as you see, it's pretty much a tie in Wayne County right now. But this is the largest population center in the state. It is the largest slice of the Democratic Party and the Democratic base. It is critically important to both candidates, African-American voters who live here, a lot of Arab-American voters in Dearborn Heights, Hamtramck, both candidates. So you see this right now. It's at 4%, fiercely fought in the most important, but we got a long way, and Wayne County traditionally, I think you've been here, Abby, late night on elections many times before.
We've done this together before, John.
Yeah. Wayne County often requires the breakfast menu, let me put it that way. Oakland County is counting faster, and look at this. Look at this. This is the critical second largest county in the state, and look how competitive it is here, right? When you look at it here, then Macomb County is the third county. This is interesting. Blue collar, union, auto workers, only 20% of the vote in, but if El-Sayed holds that lead there, that says something about his message sticking. It also might say something about some of the United Auto Workers, for example, and industrial union endorsements he has working for him there. So I don't want to take too much of your time because we can't be decisive just yet, but 51 to 45, again, you'd rather be out front. The main thing is we need more votes here. We need more votes from Wayne County to then see as you move up the state. Pretty competitive if you look at the more rural counties going back and forth with that. But Wayne County is the wild card, and it usually keeps us waiting, Abby.
Yeah, and we will continue to wait until those votes come in. John King, thank you very much. Stay close by. We'll get to the table in just a moment as well. But first, I want to introduce Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders. He has endorsed Abdul El-Sayed in the Michigan Senate race, and he endorsed Cori Bush for Missouri's 1st congressional district tonight. Senator, thanks for joining us tonight.
My pleasure.
So El-Sayed has said publicly he's not a democratic socialist. He's been lumped in with them, though, because he has embraced a lot of their core positions. But when we're talking about a state like Michigan, a key battleground state, a purple state, are you confident that he can win in the general election?
Yes, I am. Abby, it's important to understand what's going on tonight in Michigan, which is kind of historical. I cannot recall anything like it. Abdul El-Sayed is taking on the entire Michigan Democratic establishment. He is taking on the entire national Democratic establishment. And in an unprecedented way, I've not heard about this ever. He is being outspent 10-1 by super PACs, AIPAC and other special interest organizations funded by billionaires, outspent 10-1. And as of this moment, at least, he is in the lead. So what that tells me is that people in Michigan, and we have seen this, Abby, all across this country. We've seen it in New York City, we've seen it in Colorado, New Jersey. I think ordinary people understand that the economy is rigged, the very rich are getting richer, working families are struggling, that we have a corrupt campaign finance system, which we are seeing operating right now in Michigan, where billionaires are trying to buy elections. So the fact that he's doing as well as he is right now tells me that in a general election, he is going to appeal to independents, he's going to appeal to some Republicans, and by the way, a whole lot of young people who previously have not been participating in the political process.
On the other hand, over in Missouri, Cori Bush, who you also endorsed, did lose her primary tonight. That was a race where AIPAC played a big role, both the first time and the second time. What do you think happened there? Why did she lose?
I don't know. I endorse Cori. I like Cori very, very much, and I'm disappointed that she lost. But I will tell you, Abby, and this is an issue as Americans we have got to deal with. I believe in democracy. I believe that elections are about a clash of ideas. You disagree with me? Fine. Go to the voters. Tell the voters why you think I'm a terrible senator. That's what politics is about. But when you have millions and millions of dollars, often with dishonest 30-second ads, that is undermining democracy. It bothers me very, very much. We got to get rid of these super PACs. We got to overturn Citizens United. And by the way, that is something that Abdul has been stressing in his Senate campaign.
What about Leader Schumer? He's been on the other side of you in a number of these primaries, including in Michigan here tonight. If El-Sayed does win tonight, what do you want Leader Schumer to take away? Do you think it is time for him to change his strategy around these primaries?
I think what we are seeing, no matter what happens tonight in Michigan, and I hope very much that El-Sayed wins, is you're seeing a transformation of the Democratic Party. And what the debate within the Democratic Party is about, it's not only about ideology. I want to see billionaires start paying their fair share of taxes. I believe, as progressives do, that healthcare is a human right. We need Medicare for all. I believe that we should cease all funding to Netanyahu's extremist government, etc. But it's not only ideology that we disagree with the Democratic leadership about, it's how you do politics. It is no great secret that what the Democratic leadership does, and the Republicans do it even more, is you go to wealthy billionaires, you say, give us campaign contributions, you start super PACs, you hire all these consultants, you put 30-second ads on, you do opposition research, that's your campaign. We do it differently. And in Michigan right now, you know what Abdul has done? He has done 500 public events. He has thousands of volunteers knocking on doors. He's doing what Mamdani did in New York City, 100,000 volunteers. We are growing the voter universe, bringing people in who have been disenchanted and not participating. That is the difference in ideology. That's the difference in how we do politics.
Let me ask you about one of those campaign events, because just last night, the popular but very controversial streamer Hasan Piker was at one of El-Sayed's final events. The two did a stream together, a fairly lengthy stream. I know that you've spoken to Hasan Piker in the past, but are you comfortable with El-Sayed having a close association with him, given some of his past statements? To give you an example, one of the more controversial ones is that Piker has said America deserved 9/11. Are you comfortable with that association?
No, I am not. I think that's a dumb statement. On the other hand, he has a whole lot of followers, and there's a lot of things that he's saying that are making sense to a lot of people. I think, we have to get above cancel culture. When you're doing radio, whatever they do, podcasts 3 hours a day, you say dumb things. I suspect if you go back over your career, there may be one or two things that you said that you may have regretted. But I think what we have got to do is look at the totality of where people are coming from and go forward.
So when someone like James Carville says he doesn't want to be in the same political party as Hassan Piker, which one are you going to take?
Well, that's not much of a choice. If Mr. Carville doesn't want to be in my party, the party that I belong to, that Piker, that El Sayed belongs to, he can start his own party. Look, what we are doing now is, you could turn the tables around and say, do you really want to be in a party where your leadership is taking huge amounts of money from AIPAC, which is supporting an extremist Netanyahu government that many of us believe have committed genocide? Do you want to be in a party with people who do that? Do you want to be in a party which has not stood up to the AI industry because they got a lot of money from AI or from crypto? So you could pick, you could pick whatever you want to pick. But I think we need a big tent, and I think people like Piker should be welcome into that, certainly.
Just a quick final question for you, Senator. If voters do choose to nominate Congresswoman Stevens tonight, would you support her in the general election if it meant winning that seat?
I want to do everything I can to put a brake on Trump's disastrous policies. We need to have Democrats control the House and the Senate, and I will do my best to elect all Democrats to the United States Senate.
Senator Bernie Sanders, we appreciate your time. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Now, before we open it up to the table, once again, I want to invite you at home to join the debate. Head to CNN.com, weigh in on that interview and the rest of our discussions throughout the show. We'll get to some of your comments as we go along. But here in New York, Scott Jennings, your response to what Senator Sanders had to say.
Well, I mean, right at the end, he ultimately said, yes, I want people like Hassan Piker in my political party. We're a big tent. He wants people in the party that say America deserved 9/11. He wants people in his party that are out there idealizing Chairman Mao and the like. I mean, this is not something I would be embracing if I were trying to build a political party that could appeal to, mainstream Americans. I think they're going to deeply regret these associations and this continued demonization of AIPAC. AIPAC is Jewish Americans who are choosing to participate in politics. And let's be honest, they're just using it as a euphemism to say the Jews. I mean, that's what they're doing. And I think
Senator Sanders is Jewish.
Okay, so that doesn't absolve him of demonizing other Americans who simply want to participate in American politics.
So Sochi, I mean, do you think that that's a defensible strategy to say, we're a big tent, and if you don't want certain people in it, you can get out, but everybody else can stand?
Listen, I think that ultimately the voters will decide here, and I think when it comes to AIPAC, I think the reason why that was an effective strategy for Al Sayed, and we'll see tonight if he actually wins, is because there was $30 million that was being spent in this race, and part of it is that his message was that this race shouldn't be bought. I think that at the end of the day, you're going to see that in politics throughout the country. This was an anti-establishment year. It is cool to be an outsider, whether you're a Republican or whether you're a Democrat. Look at what Donald Trump has done in the Republican Party. You have Cornyn, you have Massey, you have others who were defeated because Donald Trump primaried those people. And so you're seeing the same thing happen on the Democratic side, where people want fighters. They want people who are going to stand up for working families. Now, at the end of the day, these are going to be fights about who can work harder for the American people. And if someone doesn't want to be part of the Democratic Party, they don't have to be part of the Democratic Party. I will say that a lot of the views that are happening and that Al Sayed stands for and what he has been saying, those views would not resonate with people in Texas. I think if you were to ask in my home state of Texas anything about socialism or DSA or any of these things, not one voter would understand what you're saying. So I do think that every state is different in this sense. People talk about this big tent party. I think it is a matter, the enthusiasm is where are the fighters? Whether it's Democrats or Republicans, it's not about party labels anymore, and we have to get over that as a country. People do not like the labels.
I think people are looking at this race totally wrong. First of all, Hassan Piker is not the candidate. Abdul Sayed is. And Donald Trump has associated himself, and many Republicans have associated themselves with questionable people, but those people aren't the candidates either. The candidate has to run for themselves. Whoever wins, I want the Democrat to win that seat. But Donald Trump won Michigan twice. and Donald Trump is so far away from being moderate. Like, we're pretending like we don't live in this country where these extremes. There's nothing about the Republican Party is the MAGA party now, and it is Donald Trump. Let me finish. Donald Trump's party, and the Democratic Party is actually reforming itself. And I actually am excited about these debates happening in the Democratic Party because after 2024 and even leading up into 2024, people were like, "Who are the Democrats?" Now, you don't have to like it, but the reality is there's a lot of people in Michigan tonight that did. And you can talk about Israel and Gaza, but we know there are single-issue voters, but there are also people who vote for Medicaid, for housing, to be able to afford gas, and that is what a lot of voters are doing. Now, John King pulled up that map, and some of those districts where you think, we don't know what's going to happen tonight, where Haley should be doing better, there should be no reason that somebody spends $60 million in a race and it's even close. That's because people actually get to decide, not dollars. And people in Michigan are saying, it's hard for me right now, and I want somebody who will fight. And that's the same thing they said in 2024 when Donald Trump, not a moderate candidate, said, I'm going to fight for you. And that is what's playing out tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of the anger is far less at the Republican Party. I was initially taking issue with your idea that Donald Trump is some extremist from a policy standpoint. I mean, he was...
But neither is Abdul. That's the thing.
And I'm not alleging that on Abdul's side. I will say it is wrong to view Abdul...
You're saying Trump is not extreme?
On policy? I mean, he is... on gay rights, he was to the left of when he took office as when Obama took office.
I'm just talking about, like, basic stuff, universal tariffs, mass deportations. Those are pretty extreme positions.
I mean, mass deportations. I mean, Bernie Sanders was incredibly for strict border control and deportations.
That's not the same thing as mass deportations.
No, I mean... Barack Obama's probably deported more people than Donald Trump is.
I know, but
the idea that he's an aberration on policy.
But Trump is not moderate.
But one of the reasons why he won Michigan,
he's not an orthodox
one of the reasons why he won Michigan is he connected well with the voters who were frustrated with an establishment they felt didn't listen to.
Yeah, and that's happening tonight.
This is what's happening. This is what I'm saying. Anti-establishment.
But I think the biggest thing, though, is the Democratic establishment. If there was any notion that they were fearsome, and they, in a lot of senses, were fearsome because there was a lot of money behind them, let's put to bed the idea that money in politics is a massively swaying force. Plenty of candidates have been outspent to an extreme degree and have won despite that because they resonate with a sense of authenticity. If you can get that message out, it works. But also the Democratic Party has about the longevity and the stayinghood of like the dodo. I mean, it's a flightless bird that can't really go anywhere. And these insurgent candidates are realizing you just got to go and grab that thing. Like, this is not a hard thing to do. Colorado 3, Diane DeGette, I mean, set aside the New York primaries as well. Like, it is astounding the degree to which I think the center is collapsing within the Democratic Party.
You have no center in the Republican. There is no center at this point in either party, perhaps.
We're going to continue this conversation on that point after a quick break. We'll be right back. We're still following the results in Michigan and Missouri tonight and other states. We're watching the results come in from Michigan, where the marquee Senate primary between the progressive left and the establishment is still too early to call. Let's continue where we left off. I mean, Scott, I think the discussion is about how moderate is a state like Michigan. How, quote unquote, extreme are these progressive candidates? I mean, what do you think?
Anti-establishment year was the term. I think so she used. I think that's absolutely correct, except I think it's an anti-establishment era we may be entering here. Look at all the different ways in which people are bucking against establishment. Kids are more distrustful about academia. They're concerned, if not scared, of AI. Independent media is flourishing. People want to defy the establishment. I don't think this is a democratic dynamic. I think there is cynicism, if not fear, of establishment right now. And if Abdul Sayed is somebody who channels people who don't want the establishment to run and to reign, he's going to have a big night moving forward.
I mean, that's got to sound familiar to you, Scott. I mean, anti-establishment, to the other Scott's point, the anti-establishment mood has been set in this country for a while now. We've been there for about 10 years now, and Republicans have been on the forefront of it. Now it's the Democrats' turn.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. After the Bush years, we went through the first 2 years of Obama, and that gave birth to the Tea Party. That was a lot about inside versus outside.
And the outside won.
And in some cases, and in some cases, the outside nominated people who then lost very winnable Senate races, which delayed the Republicans getting the Senate majority for a couple of cycles. So it's not like that the outsiders are always right about everything. And in this case, in Michigan, if they do nominate Abdul El Sayed, there's a lot there. There's going to be a bright line between him and Mike Rogers. And it's a race that if Democrats were to lose it in November, it would really complicate their path to taking back the Senate majority. So just because we're living in an anti-establishment world, sometimes the anti-establishment nominates people that are just a little too far outside the mainstream for the voters of a particular jurisdiction. It has happened.
All those endorsements that came in for Haley Stevens, I'm wondering if they weren't counterproductive from the jump.
Yeah.
When you have the governor endorsing you, when you have the congressional delegation, when you have
But she's popular,
Washington
no, the
endorsing-
governor? I mean,
Whitmer
Yeah,
I
but
think, was
it
helpful.
it is like a
Schumer
signal to voters that you
Schumer
are
Or the establishment. You're a part of the system.
But I also, Mike, you brought up Mike Rogers, and as we go into a general election, I think one thing to consider is that the ultimate establishment person right now is Donald Trump. He went from winning Michigan to now polling at 33%, has a 33% approval rating. I can't imagine that Donald Trump out on the campaign trail heading into November is going to help Mike Rogers. And for the reason that if people want something different, and especially in a place like Michigan, where they were hit by tariffs, killed manufacturing jobs, cost of living has gone up there, you are looking at the guy who has, essentially caused all of this harm, and Mike Rogers doing whatever he can to help Donald Trump wherever he can. It might be helpful for your base, but I don't know how it is helpful for independent voters and other people in Michigan, and whether he's going to get those people.
I wonder about it, forget where you actually stand on the politics, just strictly practitioners, of how you win a campaign. I also wonder about turnout here, right? So you look at this race, you look at the Texas primary race, you look at the people who might have stayed home the last primary cycle or in 2022. Can a candidate like Stevens or Mike Rogers or Abdul Sayed get them off the couch? Out of all of them, I think that Abdul Sayed is the person who gets those folks who don't regularly vote off the couch because it feels like something different. If it becomes a Rogers and Stevens, I think it is an establishment just like a Donald Trump versus the Democratic Party. I think the Sayed and Rogers fight is like a different version of America. Now, whatever you want to describe that version of America is one thing, but it will be like this is a chance to do something different versus sticking with the status quo. And can you get enough people excited enough, particularly in Michigan right now, where Donald Trump is not on the ballot?
All right, so just 1 second. We're going to go to John King back at the Magic Wall. John, tell us what's going on the ground there.
Okay. Abby, I can't hear you in the IFB, but I see myself on the screen right there, so I'm going to go look at what we got here. A closer race now. It was down to 800 votes just a moment ago, now back to 12,717 votes, 12,776. But you see the more significant El Sayed lead has now disappeared, or at least shrunk to 50 to 47 if we round that up. So why is that happening? Let's just bring up the map and see. Again, we start where you get the most votes here in Wayne County. Wayne County has gone from 7% to 21%, and look at the gap. Look at the gap. They were running very tight in Wayne County when they were at 7%. Now as more votes come in, Haley Stevens jumps up in the largest county in the state, the most important basket of votes for the Democratic base in the state of Michigan. Haley Stevens pulling out. So 22%, no guarantee it sticks, but that's what she's going to need to do is win Wayne County, and with a margin like that, it helps. Then you move up to county number 2 in terms of population size. This one has been stuck at 74 for a little bit, and you see why Wayne County becomes so important, Abby, because this here, your number 2 population center, is pretty much, it's a battle right there, 50% if you round up to 47. And again, El Sayed holding his lead here in Macomb County. The challenge will become, if Wayne County stays like that, then you are going throughout the whole chessboard here trying to find. But if you look up here, this was one of the arguments the Stevens campaign made, was if it could do its job with the Democratic base in Wayne, in Oakland, and in Macomb, where she's losing at the moment, then you move up here into the more rural areas, and you see that, much smaller in terms of the math of the votes, but can she, in more moderate parts of the state, run up some numbers up here? You see it happening. That's a tie right there, as you see Isabella County, Clare County a little bit more there. So at the moment, you're starting to see the map fill in a little bit more. We're up to 34% as we go. But Abby, this was the big leap that changed the math in the race in Wayne County. See if that holds. And overall, though, right now, El Sayed, 15,000. So this one's bouncing around a little bit, and it's certainly a bit closer.
All right, John King, thank you very much. And just one note in this room about that. I mean, it ain't over till it's over.
Yeah.
And it's really important what's going to happen in Wayne County because we're talking Black voters, but we're also talking Arab American voters. And this is where the hype and the reality will start to clash.
That's right.
No,
Okay.
it's a huge vote base. This is where it's all going to come down to. I'm looking at some county results, and it really goes community by community.
Yeah.
It's what is your your college propensity, the racial dynamics. I mean,
Are you on the race front? Black voters, that's been an issue. Is he going to be able to overcome that in this primary?
I'm not sure. I do know that it's a generational split. Younger Black voters are leaning more towards Abdul, and older Black voters, but older Black voters often turn out a little bit more. I do think that there are some 2024 callbacks, though. I'm also seeing that like the Muslim community and the Arab community in Dearborn felt very forgotten about by the Harris ticket, whether you agree with it or not, and didn't show up in the numbers, even in the general. And so will that unity be able to happen tonight for Abdul? I don't know. We will see. But Black voters tonight will probably decide this race.
Yeah, it looks very much like it could be that case. So we're going to continue to follow that. But we do have other breaking news tonight. Republicans face a deadline involving the fate of an embattled congressman, Max Miller. He's accused of domestic abuse, and now he's speaking out, comparing himself to Donald Trump. Tonight, total defiance. Republican Congressman Max Miller insists that the abuse allegations against him are not only lies, but they won't stop his reelection bid. Miller called on the Ethics Committee to launch an investigation to clear his name, and the committee obliged. Now, the chances that the investigation will end by Election Day, it's highly unlikely, and certainly won't conclude by August 10th. That's the deadline for Republicans to replace Miller on the ballot if he drops out of the race. Bernie Moreno, the senator who is also Miller's former father-in-law, has called on him to resign. And today, Moreno spoke to reporters about the impact that this very public fight is having on his family.
This is truly the seventh level of hell. This has been a horrific experience for my entire family. My daughter lives in constant fear of this man. Not like something that's existential, but deeply in her heart, she fears what this guy is capable of. You can't fathom what that makes me feel like when the dad's number one job is to protect your kids.
And then in an interview with CNN's Jake Tapper, Miller again denied the allegations against him and said that President Trump was his inspiration to keep fighting.
He called me and he said, Maxie, it's going to be a tough race. And he said, I don't know if you're going to be able to, pull this one out. And you know what, Jake? I reminded him of the same resilience that he had when people told him that he was going to struggle in 2016 and he became the 45th president of the United States. I am never going to give up. And what I mean by that is my daughter's going to grow up one day and she's going to see all of this. And she's not going to see that her father caved to political and social media pressures for something that he never did.
Resilience. That's the word that he used to describe his decision to stay in this race. I mean, I don't know that I've really ever seen anything quite like this before. And even if you want to just put aside, we don't know where the allegations are going to fall. We know that there are allegations that have been investigated by numerous entities. And for some people, that's enough. And should it be?
No, I mean, I think the challenge here is you have what is inherently going to be a deeply personal dispute, which is around custody, around divorce. That is getting broiled up on the political side. And I think right now Max Miller is trying to mount more of a political defense. He's viewing at it as his back is against the wall as a member of Congress. And I think that is the absolute wrong way to look at this. As somebody who's a father, I have a kid right around his daughter's age. The idea that you want to look tough for them, I get it. But at what consequence, right? I think he fears that if he leaves this race, if he somehow bows down to this pressure as he's framing it, that is somehow validating the accusations, when if anything, leaving the race could show that you care more about taking this out of the public eye, treating it not as a public issue, not as a political issue, but as something that, again, is an inherently family-based thing. So I hope that he thinks what's best for his child, what's best for his family. So he removes this from being something where we're talking about his 3-year-old daughter's stuffed animal on cable news.
Peter, it was literally like 2 weeks ago. We were sitting on here having the same conversation about Graham Plattner and allegations, and you were like, he has to go. Max Miller has
he
to
absolutely
go.
should go.
He
Listen,
has to go.
I'm saying he should step down from this race. He should
and
step
from
out
Congress.
of this.
Should he step out? Should he resign from Congress?
I think we can have a nice pairing with him and Katie Porter. Both have domestic abuse allegations against them, involving scalding hot water. But my priority here is on this.
But this is the problem.
Let me
I also just want to be clear.
It's
not. I think one of the really important things about this story is that this is not the only thing.
Only woman.
On the abuse
She is
front?
on the
Yes,
abuse front,
Stephanie,
because the abuse front, I mean, yeah, there's a divorce, there's a custody battle. That's all important. But there's also abuse allegations that's at the heart of this story, and it's not the only one. Jake Tapper asked him about it today. Let me just play that exchange.
Do you realize what it is in terms of how tall an order it is for voters and your colleagues and everybody watching right now to believe that 3 women who don't know each other made up accusations of you being violent, and you are telling the truth here, they are lying? That is a difficult thing for people to believe, right?
No, not in this instance, because every single one of these things that you're brought up, unlike other candidates throughout the country, I've already had investigations into.
I'm sorry, the fact of the investigations is also the problem.
Yes, it's also the problem. And in that interview, I was wondering, why would someone like this do an interview and put your family through this? And he obviously was either lying, the whole interview was disgusting. But the one reason he did that interview was because there was an audience of one, and that was Donald Trump. He understands that if Donald Trump tells him to resign or tells him not to run, that is it for his political career. And my question is, where is Donald Trump? Why won't Donald Trump call on him to resign, and why won't he tell him to get out of the race? Where is Speaker Johnson?
Where are all these people?
Sorry, the Democratic Party was calling for Graham Plattner nonstop to get out of the race. Eric Swalwell, all of them. When it comes to the Republican Party and there are allegations of abuse, of assault, of whatever it is, where is the Republican Party?
You know why? Because the margins are too small.
It is
and
insane.
They want to stay in power.
There is a little girl who is being.
So that's the hypocrisy we
She's
talk
literally
about.
being traumatized.
She's being traumatized around this, and Donald Trump needs to step in. He is the leader of the Republican Party. Get up and do something.
Max Miller calling for a House Ethics Committee investigation is friggin' rich. That's really not the place to go to clear your name in short order. You're better off taking a unicycle on a cross-country trip.
That.
You're never going to get there, and he knows that.
Yeah.
He's buying time for Trump to intervene, and he's clearly speaking to an audience of one. You can see in the mannerisms and in the tone he's using. What's more, though, to your point, maybe it's not about standing down from a race. Maybe it's about standing down from office. Your constituents are not getting your unbridled full attention while you're dealing with this. This is why people are cynical of politicians for being selfish and self-interested.
And that's why that's why we call them insurgents, but that's why people who are disassociated with the establishment can win, because people do not call a spade a spade. We literally all summer talked about how terrible a Democratic candidate in Maine was, and I sat on here and I was like, I agree, I don't think he should run. And you've said it, and you've said it, and I just want all the Republicans who wanted Graham Plattner to step down, and he finally did. He wasn't even in office. He was just running for office. I want them to have the same moral clarity right now, but they don't. And that is the hypocrisy, and that is why voters are showing out the way they are.
Part of the problem with Graham Plattner is we need to pick some random guy just because he's an oyster farmer and he donated.
I don't care establishment. We need to pick people who don't abuse women.
No, you need to get people in office who actually care about
Yeah,
their
but also,
job.
I mean, look, you can choose anti-establishment, Peter, or you can choose establishment. Max Miller is as established. He's as establishment as they come. It doesn't really matter. It's about what's being said about it.
Unseat Anthony
but
Gonzalez.
just
and Moreno is not any
Ashley's point. Let me
He's a
play
smart guy.
what John Thune said to Manu Raju about these allegations today, okay? And I just want to be clear, this is after an entire weekend of insane allegations against Max Miller. Listen to what Thune said.
One of the members of your conference, Senator Bernie Moreno, is publicly calling on Max Miller, his former son-in-law, to resign from Congress amid these allegations. Do you side with Senator Bernie Moreno, and should Max Miller resign?
I'm just, one, it's a very sad and unfortunate case. It is a family matter, and I don't have any observations beyond that. Those decisions on the future there are going to be made ultimately by the people of Ohio. And I think that's true, and I would say that of any similar case.
Is this a family matter, Scott, or is it a matter of character? Is it a matter of moral clarity, as Ashley pointed out? I don't understand. I don't understand how Republicans at this stage, given everything we've been through this year, can say that about all the things that we've learned over the last, 3 or 4 days and more about his actions in this marriage and also his actions in 2 other encounters with women.
Yeah, I think it's actually both. And in this case, one of the members of the family is a member of the Senate Republican Conference.
Yeah.
And they really ought to listen to Bernie Moreno. I was texting with him tonight, and what his family has gone through here, it's hard. I mean, there's a lot of families in America who've dealt with, and by the way, oftentimes victims of domestic violence, they're the people who hurt them never face any justice.
Never.
Sometimes investigations don't yield justice. That happens all the time. And so for him to come on CNN and say, well, they never caught me, is essentially, what he was saying. That is not a proper deflection. So, look, my advice to the Republicans here would be, it's a big district. A lot of Republicans live there. And my advice to Mr. Miller is, whatever you think your future is going to be, put your family first. This job is not, look, it's a political job. The only thing that matters is you had a kid, and this kid needs to have some kind of a functioning family. And litigating this in the middle of a campaign on national television day after day is the opposite of that, and it's not going to yield the results you want. My advice to any Republican here would be, let's just move on from this. And the president, I agree with you, Sochi, and he has a lot of leverage here because he knows Mr. Miller, and so it would be proper, I think, for the party to get a candidate here who, and I agree with you, can pay their full attention to representing the people of Ohio and let this guy go and try to heal himself because he's obviously a troubled person.
All right. Next for us, the quiet part out loud. An outgoing Republican senator spurned by Donald Trump says that Congress can't do anything to rein the president in. We'll discuss that next. Tonight, Todd Blanche's nomination as Attorney General is hanging by a thread after Maine's Susan Collins says that she will vote against him. Collins cited Blanche's role in approving Donald Trump's $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund among her reasons and accused him of eroding the Justice Department's independence. But earlier today, 2 key Republican holdouts voted to advance his nomination. Here's how Senator John Cornyn explained his decision.
Well, there's nothing we could do to rein in the president when he said he likes the fund and he wishes it still exists, but the fact of the matter, it's dead. And that's all we could do under these circumstances.
Scott, what an admission, man.
I'm not sure people are shocked, considering Senators Cornyn and Tillis did vote to acquit Donald Trump in the impeachment after the U.S. Capitol insurrection, a horrific attack on American democracy. That they've gone soft on something with tethers to January 6th is not shocking, but they do seem kind of feeble in exercising their Article 1 authorities. That's your job, to contain the president.
And they could have done more on the tax settlement. They definitely could have held out.
Yeah.
And they could still do more now, just to be clear. There is still going to be a final vote. They could still decide that they don't want to advance this.
There was no teeth in the agreement that, and then honestly, Cornyn and Tillis got played here. I mean, at the end of the day, if you were trying to prevent funds going to January 6 defendants, and if you're trying to prevent the President of the United States not committing, or his family, not committing IRS crimes in the future, or, you know, looking at anything in the past, they didn't necessarily accomplish that. They can still move forward with settlements with January 6 defendants without anybody knowing, as long as a January 6 defendant brings a claim to the Justice Department. And the most important thing is that they didn't get Donald Trump's sign-off on this. This was an agreement between two parties, between the Department of Justice and between Donald Trump. The only way to undo it is to get Donald Trump's sign-off on it and an actual signature. And Donald Trump was never going to do that. So at the end of the day, we are back to where we started on day one, and they just completely caved.
But this whole thing is up in the air now, with Collins saying no. You've got Murkowski and you've got Cassidy, who are question marks.
So
right?
he and the way the vote sits right now, he has to get at least one of Murkowski or Cassidy.
Yeah.
Can't lose them both on the floor. And so, you know, neither has said, I guess, what they're planning to do. So a little bit of drama here. But, you know, we've talked about this for the last several months. The Senate for the president, because of the personality dynamics in play, a little bit ungovernable and a little bit unruly right now. And so you're going to have some votes where, you know, you may come down to the wire on it. This is going to be one of them. I don't personally know what's going to happen, but it does seem to be in the hands of Murkowski and Cassidy.
Well, some of it is because he made sure that some of those folks won't be senators anymore.
Well, of course.
Yeah, okay. I want to make, yeah, so it's like, if you want the votes for the next 6 months, then maybe like keep the people in the seats that.
Well, and Cassidy, of course, is one of them.
I know,
And of course, maybe don't try to pull one over on not just the Senate, but the legal community. I mean,
Well, not even hiding the ball.
It's
not even a sleight of hand
The
here.
brazenness of this whole thing is part of the problem.
And when it first came out, it was, okay, let's try to find the Steelman argument for this. I know there were a number of members of Congress who were, you know, like, well, we haven't really seen any of the details yet. I don't think it was very well thought out from that inception, to the point where if you can't have folks sitting there being able to defend it, it's one thing. But let's also not lose sight of what we're actually talking about. You know, the confirmation of Todd Blanche as Attorney General. He's the acting Attorney General. He's Senate confirmed. He can do all of the current, you know, aspects of the role that he could if he was the actual Attorney General, just whether or not he has acting in front of his name.
And he doesn't have a number two, which is also
Leave
important.
it there, everyone. Thank you very much for being here. Next, the race in Michigan is tightening up at this hour as the progressive left and the establishment battle in the swing state. We're going to be back in just a moment.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Laura Coates. On this election night in America, all eyes are on Michigan, where we'll soon find out if the progressive wing of the party is about to deliver another crushing blow to the establishment. Right now, the Senate primary remains too early to call, and it's a very close race between progressive outsider Abdul El-Sayed and Congresswoman Haley Stevens. El-Sayed is backed by some of the left's biggest names, including Senator Bernie Sanders and Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Stevens has the support of some of the party's mainstream leaders, like Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer and Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer. Some of the biggest rifts, though, in the Democratic Party are being put to the test tonight, including over Israel and AIPAC and the power of outside campaign spending. This is all happening, I mind you, in a state that will test whether the progressive message can travel beyond deep blue areas. And it's a must-win if Democrats want to take back the Senate. We are covering every aspect of tonight's primaries here at CNN. We've got reporters at the El-Sayed and Stevens campaign headquarters, and our analysts are here with me in the studio as well. But I want to start with John King at the infamous Magic Wall. John, Michigan, we know the count's a little bit slow, but this race appears to be tightening. What are you seeing right now?
Let's just say Michigan is consistent, Laura, consistently slow, especially Wayne County, where Detroit is. Look, it's a pretty competitive race at the moment, 50% if you round up to 47%. If you round up now 50% to 46%, because the votes are coming in as we speak. It's the wonder of live election night. 23,161 vote lead. I just said it. It'll change as I continue to speak. for El Sayed. That's been pretty consistent. At one point, it got down to 800 votes, and then it stretched back out a little bit. It's been around 20,000 votes for quite some time. So what are we looking at? You see the map filling in Michigan's counties, and you see a lot of Haley Stevens up here in the more rural areas. You see more Sayed down here closer to Detroit. But this is the biggest basket of votes. It's about 18% of the population statewide is Wayne County. That's Detroit and its suburbs. And we've been stuck for a little bit. First, we were in single digits, but we've been at 26% for quite some time. If you look at the Haley Stevens lead here, that's 20 points right there. It was 30 points not that long ago. So El Sayed making up a little ground as some more votes have come in Wayne County. But this is not only the biggest population center in the state, it is the biggest piece of the Democratic base in the state. So Wayne County will be critical, Laura, as we move from 26% higher up, because it's the largest basket of votes by far. Then you move up here just to the north, Oakland County. This is where Stevens Congressional District is out here. I was at an El Sayed event down here just over the Detroit line in southern Oakland County. More gritty suburbs down here. It gets a little bit more affluent as you move up. Look, again, competitive. This is the second most populous county. So again, you're trying to get the votes where the most votes are. 50% to 47% here. Just move over to Macomb County, known across the country as a blue-collar place. It's a battleground in presidential races all the time. It's a fight in this race, but El Sayed here, maybe thank United Auto Workers, maybe thank some other blue-collar appeal, but 57% to 41%. With a little over a quarter, less than a third of the vote counted there, so we'll continue to watch. Let me just pop back out one more time to see. Up to 43% statewide now. So you're starting to reach a big number, but so then you're looking for what's missing, right? So what are we missing in the state right now? So if you come in here and take a look, that doesn't want to pop for me at the moment, so I'll come back to it. So you pop right here at the moment. I'm going to just look at Wayne again at 26%. That's the big thing we're waiting for. When Wayne County gets above 35, 40%, Laura, then we'll have a sense of whether Haley Stevens can hold that lead in the city, which would help her come back, or whether El Sayed is going to continue to consistently, again, at the moment, 50, 46, a lot of counting left.
A lot of counting left. We'll stay tuned. Wayne County seems like the ultimate prize. John King, please stand by as always. I want to get to CNN's Arlette Saenz, who is in Detroit at the El Sayed campaign watch party. Arlette, tell me the mood inside.
Well, Laura, there has been a lot of excitement coursing through Abdul El Sayed's party tonight, as his supporters are hoping that he will be able to declare victory potentially later this evening. Now, they have been watching these results as they've poured in, and there have been differing responses as they have kind of seen some of this race tighten over the last 30 minutes or so. But just a short while ago, with the latest round of results, the crowd did erupt into loud applause. Now, El Sayed, I'm told, is actually on site here at the event. He's in a private area watching these results with his families and staffers as they come in. But they are really hoping that some of the efforts that they had made in these closing days of the campaign will help to turn out a lot of those voters that they had been speaking to over the course of the past year and a half almost in this campaign. They are hoping to really invigorate young voters, also people not just in urban areas like Detroit, but also other rural areas in Michigan. And so they will be closely watching to see how these results continue to pour in. But advisors still are feeling very cautiously optimistic about the way that this night is proceeding.
Arlette Saenz, we'll keep coming back to you. Thank you so much. I want to know, so what are tonight's results telling us about the road ahead? Joining me at the desk this hour, we got CNN senior political analyst Nia Malika Henderson, CNN political commentator Kate Bedingfield, CNN political commentator Brad Todd, and the former vice chair of the DNC, David Hogg, all with us tonight. I'm going to pick all of your brains here, but Kate, I have to ask you, I mean, El Sayed is holding out a lead in some areas. Obviously, Wayne County, we're waiting to hear more from. People always talk about the margins and the span, but it's a narrow lead. What are you reading from that?
Well, it's interesting because all of the public polling over the last few weeks as the race has closed has suggested that El Sayed was going to have a big night tonight, and he may well ultimately win this race. Obviously, as we've heard, there are a lot of votes outstanding, and we have to see where it goes. It is closer, I think, than many were expecting even at 9 a.m. this morning. So to me, this suggests that some of the big questions that tonight is supposed to begin to answer about whether some of the most kind of progressive policies that have been put forth by El Sayed are palatable outside the bluest districts in this country. We've seen, of course, in New York, in Washington, in LA, and in Colorado, in some of the bluest districts in the country, we've seen Democratic Socialist candidates far-left candidates. Tonight is sort of one of the big tests of can this work in a purple state. It's interesting that it's close, although I will say, for him to be leading this race, having been outspent as significantly as he was, certainly suggests that there is genuine excitement, that he is energizing voters who like what he has to say.
Nia, when you look at this, though, some might look and say, well, narrow, I mean, obviously everyone has a right to win and run the race they want, but everyone has their eyes on November and general election. So if it's a narrow victory for him, or even for her at this point, does that suggest a divided party going into November? Does that bode well for Democrats?
No, I mean, you'd rather be Mike Rogers, right, who is the presumed Republican candidate on the Senate side, and whoever emerges from this is going to be battered and bruised by lots and lots of negative ads and tough debates, and they will have to stitch the party back together again. We've seen this in other races, right? You think about Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders, the division there. It's similar to the division we see here with black voters going in a different direction, upper educated white voters going in a different direction. So whoever comes out of here is going to have some real work to do day one after victory is declared, right after they wrap up their speech. But listen, I also think, Haley Stevens' primary argument was around electability, right? And if you look at some of the data on her and some of the polling, it isn't clear that she is necessarily much more electable than Abdul. They're basically, within the same margins if you look at some of the polling.
Or today's polling results, right?
Yeah.
There's a little bit of
Mike Rogers. And Mike Rogers, listen, he ran before. He served in Congress, obviously, for a number of years, lost by about 10,000 votes in 2024. This is going to be a dogfight, and they're going to need a lot of money and a lot of outside help from sort of Democratic bigwigs like Barack Obama, like Michelle Obama, who doesn't like to campaign. Well, she might need to come in for this one.
I would argue, just quickly, I would argue the unifying factor that will help whoever emerges from this primary is Trump's incredible unpopularity, right? I mean, this race is not going to be happening in a vacuum. It's going to be happening against the backdrop of a president who is almost historically unpopular. At George W. Bush 2006, I was working at the DCCC in 2006. George W. Bush's unpopularity was a massive driver of what ultimately became a Democratic wave year. Those dynamics are going to be here for whoever emerges from this fight.
The enemy of my enemy gets my vote.
I remember that 2006 election. I worked a Michigan statewide race in that year. But one thing I can tell you that is different from 2006 is that the Democratic Party is much further left today than it was in 2006, and that's an ace in the hole for Mike Rogers. He's not running against a very big tent Democrat Party like you had in 2006. I think also what we're seeing tonight is an education split. Abdul El-Sayed is winning places where there are a lot of white college graduates in Grand Rapids, in Ann Arbor, and Haley Stevens is winning black voters and more downscale blue-collar voters, if you look at those counties. Well, Michigan is below average in college education, and the Republican coalition there that Donald Trump successful put together twice relied on a lot of non-college voters. And so that's why Republicans look forward to the general election and say, Abdul El-Sayed, he gets voters that are not toward that swing voter universe. That's the electability argument.
I want to play for you all this moment where El-Sayed is actually arguing about what he thinks Michigan voters want. He says that he doesn't think that they want a moderate. They want an outsider. Listen.
Isn't it a funny thing to argue that this state only votes for moderates when it's voted for Donald Trump twice? Do you think he's a moderate? I don't. It may just be that this state hates the establishment on both sides and is looking for an alternative and was willing to hold its nose and vote for Donald Trump twice because at least he wasn't that.
David, what do you think? Is the middle overrated? Is he right?
I think voters are. I think that there's a division generationally in our politics and at this table where you guys grew up in a politics that's much more left-right. My generation, it's much more about top-down politics. Increasingly, we feel like we are not getting by. Our generation went to college at some of the highest rates in American history, and we find ourselves worse off than our parents over and over and over again. And I think that's part of what's causing this sentiment of people just voting against the system. And I think Abdul's case for his electability argument, I would say, is that he can turn out young people that historically have not been mobilized, that have not been heard in the political process, that feel like they have no place in it, by showing them that, for example, he didn't need to have $60 million spent on him by AIPAC. I think it's crazy that people are arguing that somebody who had to have $60 million spent on her, for regardless of the results tonight, for the results to be this close, despite that much spending, to argue that she is the more electable person in this race is unbelievable to me. And to your point, too, about these younger people that are not college educated, for example, or non-college educated voters in general, I think that those voters are swing voters that are against the system. That's what they know they're against. That's why they voted for Donald Trump, but increasingly they're seeing that he's not delivering. Whether it was him saying that he was going to release the Epstein files, and then clearly he was all over them and didn't release them in their fully unredacted form. Him saying that he's going to end forever wars and then starting a new one. Him saying he was going to end inflation, and clearly that has not worked out very well. These voters are looking at the material conditions of their lives and seeing that the non-politician that they voted for in the White House is increasingly not delivering on the things that he's done. And I think that's what voters are looking for. I find it fascinating that we continue to ask people who lost to Donald Trump twice and treat that and ask them what is electable and treat them with any amount of credibility.
Well, I want to hear your response to that, because there is the idea of a top-down. There has been a big push for who are the anti-establishment, not just to be provocateurs, but because they feel so deeply unsatisfied and misled. If this is the spectrum of thought, how do Democrats have a big tent that's united?
Yeah, well, I agree with a number of things that David said. I think there's no question that voters are looking for change, that a lot of these lower, less engaged voters in particular who were very interested in what Donald Trump was selling say, he hasn't delivered on anything he said he would do. I think that's absolutely true. What I think starts to become problematic is some of the positions being articulated by progressive candidates are just unpalatable to swing voters. I mean, if you start digging in, for example, on Medicare for All, and you start talking to people about what does Medicare for All actually mean, and they learn, well, it means I won't have my private health insurance anymore, it becomes like 70, 75, 80% unpopular. So I think the challenge for a candidate like El Sayed, and again, I don't disagree with a lot of what David's saying, but I think the challenge becomes how do you articulate a vision for the future that doesn't feel like it's so far outside of what a voter who's not super engaged in politics, who's not really interested in the back and forth of a policy fight, how do you articulate a vision that feels like I'm going to take on the big corporations, the big money? I think that's part of the reason that his argument about getting money out of politics has been powerful and persuasive. I think moderate candidates can and should make that argument too.
I think David's partly right. The idea that there's an establishment and it's not working, and that a lot of young voters who are marginal to the process and old voters who are marginal to the process, they are after the establishment. But that does not mean the left-right distinction didn't work. Kamala Harris lost Michigan because she was too liberal, and she'd said too many radically left things. And Abdul is left of Kamala Harris by a lot. He's questioned whether police should even be armed or whether we even need police. This is exactly the kind of thing that's going to cost him in suburbs that Democrats have actually been doing pretty well in. I'm going to work on this race on an outside group in the general election, and if Abdul El Sayed's the nominee, let me tell you what, it will be a left-right race.
What do you think, Nina?
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I mean, that's certainly the argument that you saw Haley Stevens make. That's certainly the reason why Republicans have been boosting Abdul in this race all along. He is a pretty good campaigner. He isn't a Democratic socialist. In some ways, I think he's been caricatured as that. You talk about the Kamala Harris race. I mean, one of the reasons I think she probably lost as well was because a lot of the Muslim population in Detroit, Arab population, did not show up for her. They didn't like what her politics were in terms of Gaza and in terms of Israel. That's something that is a real big topic for him. He has a very distinct, it's basically a 12-word message. Get money out of politics, get money in your pocket, and Medicare for all. People like Donald Trump, not because they thought he was going to do everything he promised, but at least he was throwing out big ideas for a system that they believe is broken. And I think that's what Abdul is up to.
And I think I want to get back to the idea that Kamala Harris lost Michigan because she was too far to the left. I think the reason why we lost the White House more than anything, frankly, in 2024 is because voters felt unheard by us more than anything. We told them when inflation was high because of the less than terrible results than we were expecting in 2022. When inflation was high and they said the economy isn't doing good, we said, no, it's not. Don't worry. Look at the stock market. Look at the GDP. When they told us that there were atrocities that they were seeing on their phone in Gaza every day, we said, don't worry about it. Donald Trump would be worse. And then when they saw the president, frankly, that he was quite old, and they told us he's too old. We said, no, he's not. And then 107 days before the election, yes, he is. When you tell voters not to believe their eyeballs or wallets, I think they don't pay nearly as much attention to who's further to the left or further to the right, but who's actually listening to me. And they felt really unheard. And at least with Abdul, I think they feel certainly more heard by him than somebody who is taking nearly as much money as Haley Stevens has. Because I think increasingly voters know that the system is not working for them. And I think a prime example of this that we haven't talked about that is playing a big role in this race is data centers in Michigan, where you're getting this really weird coalition of people on the right, some people on the left, that are coming together against Silicon Valley billionaires that are saying, you know what, I don't want to build this in Palo Alto, so I'm going to come out to Grand Rapids, and we're going to build a data center there and make all of your city council members sign an NDA. People are sick and tired of having oligarchs buy their elections, and these corporations go over their own local governments and say, we don't care about you. You're going to get your data center, and you're going to be happy about it, as we give billions of more dollars to Israel.
Not in my backyard is far more than just Michigan. That's an issue that's happening all across this country. We'll see how it plays out. Please stand by, everyone. We have much more election coverage ahead. Our Jeff Zeleny standing by at Haley Stevens' headquarters for an update there. Plus, filmmaker Michael Moore live in Michigan for us on what he calls the Mamdani moment in the Midwest. You're watching a special edition of Laura Coates Live, Election Night in America. Well, we are following the race in Michigan and the result of the Democratic Senate primary. We've got a lot going on. We'll keep you updated on what's happening there. We've got the progressive candidate Abdul El-Sayed, who has a slightly higher lead over Congresswoman Haley Stevens, but the race still too early to call, with only about, 30 or so percent or a little bit more, 49% of the vote in as we speak. We've got a lot to talk about, but I want to bring in a Michigander, a supporter of Abdul El-Sayed, and Oscar-winning filmmaker Michael Moore. He's also the host of the Michael Moore podcast. Good to see you, Michael. I mean, you're from Flint, Michigan, and you have written, quote, "This is our Zohran Mamdani moment here in the Midwest. This is the time for us and for millions of young voters to shut down the Chuck Schumers and the loser professional politicians who were unable to stop Donald Trump." So, Michael, tell me, what is different about now that makes you think that Michigan is ready for a progressive like El-Sayed?
Well, first of all, the Democratic Party, the traditionalists, were unable to stop Trump twice. I've been watching here during the broadcast here at CNN, just how there's so many things about this that I still remain very optimistic about what's going on. You know, whoever was on before me talking about how uneducated we are in Michigan. And I thought, well, no, don't get upset. I mean, I really only have a high school degree. And, you know, and only been able to win that one Oscar. That's not much, you know. So I understand, you know, we're not as bright as we should be. It was so kind to hear that about us. Let me tell you something about who we are. I'm wearing one of the hats. The University of Michigan, the Michigan State University, our whole public school system is called a community school system, so that everybody gets to go to school regardless of whatever, that we have some of the best public schools in the state of Michigan. And then they have to listen to David. Poor David, he is there. This young man, David Hogg, Parkland High School. I'm sure you mentioned that before, that this young man survived a mass shooting attack at that high school in Florida. And here he is now devoting all his time to try to stop the madness. And everything he said there, I was just nodding my head and smiling and happy that he and others like him, especially young people, this is the only group that's going to save us at this point. They are out there. The reason Kamala Harris lost, and I really like her as a human being, so don't take this the wrong way. But man, she was on The View and was asked a simple question: how are you going to be different than Joe Biden? She couldn't answer the question. She wouldn't say what would be different. And instead, all the young people, by the way, the young people are the ones we send to war to die. all the young people back in the 24 election are like, I don't want to die. I'm not going to die. And we've got a Democratic president in that year who could not think of anything but to give an apartheid regime all the money they asked for, to kill all the children that they wanted to kill. And what did we do as Americans? Sure, take the money. Good for you, Joe. No, the young people, you know what they did? I know they did this in Michigan. They stayed home. A lot of young people across the country stayed home. They're never going to vote for war. They're never going to participate in a genocide. And we all knew it, and we saw it happening. You know, I did my own best trying to get Biden and Harris to listen. And they didn't listen. They lost Michigan. They lost the Muslim and the Arab vote in Michigan. And it was very distressing.
Well,
And
Michael,
think
I
that,
wanted to ask on that
yeah.
point, because I know that you have been very deeply invested in politics and trying to ensure that those who have felt unseen feel as though they can be these equal and viable, as they should be, participants in our democracy. But there are many who are looking at the race in Michigan as but one example, and they're asking a big question, and here it is. Do you think that El Sayed can win in a general election in November in order to change the outcomes that you have articulated?
Oh, absolutely. No doubt in my mind whatsoever. And believe me, I would not encourage anybody to get involved in something that's going to give us the third Trump term. And everybody watching this knows right now, this guy still hasn't stopped thinking about the third term. So we all need to be active. We need to get up. Young people, don't give up. Don't give up at all. When I was your age, and thank you for saying that about my involvement in Michigan politics, I'm the youngest person ever elected to public office in the state of Michigan. When I was 18 years old, I ran for office. 18-year-olds had just been given the right to vote just a few months before. I ran, I won, I came in first, and it was such a lesson to me that how really all this takes is for all of us to get up, rise up, do the work, knock on the doors, make sure people vote in November. It's not that hard, and it's time we started winning.
But one hurdle for that, Michael, I wonder if you've contemplated, and this is something that I hear from strategists who are looking at the general electorate and this sort of battle, this power dynamic at play between those who are older voters and those who are younger voters. And there is a clash between what people think is possible and what they think requires the continuation of some aspect of the status quo. Do you think that there really is the striking odds between establishment and more progressive candidates on the ability to get things done? Does there require a change in the establishment and in the way things are done to effectuate the changes you want to see?
If I could get on my knees and beg, it would be for exactly what you just said, because we are not going to win the other way. We lost that way when in 24. It's not going to happen if we allow this to happen. We are in charge of this, and we need to get busy right now. It's not about elected. Let me tell you, I've known Dr. El Sayed for many years. I worked on his campaign for governor in 2018. Boy, we would be so lucky if he were our senator representing us and standing up for the people who are dying every day over there. And but that's all up to us. And I can't really, I will not support hacks in the Democratic Party who have led us to this Waterloo. And we all need to commit to that, and we all need to do what has to be done. If it doesn't happen tonight, it'll happen another time. This will not stand. This will not continue. The youth of America are going to rise up. They're going to get more involved. They've done a great job already.
They have
and
been
I'm
deeply
so
invested.
impressed.
Michael Moore, I
Deeply
hear you.
invested.
Deeply invested.
Their
and we'll-
planet.
Hey,
We're-
Bill,
We're giving them a planet they're not going to be able to live on. Thank you so much.
all the
I'm
things they
really honored
inherit
that you-
are very important, and I appreciate you taking the time tonight, Michael Moore. Thank you. I want to bring in CNN's Jeff Zeleny at Haley Stevens' headquarters. Jeff, we've been hearing a lot. How is the Stevens campaign feeling? I know you have Senator Stabenow with you.
Laura, we do. We are joined by former Senator Debbie Stabenow here from Michigan. No one knows Michigan better than you. Tell me the state of this race right now.
I'd say it's very close. There's still a path for Haley Stevens, but Abdul's been doing very well, and so I think it's going to be a long night. I mean, I'm used to long nights. The year I won for the Senate, we didn't know till the next morning, and so I think it's a long night. But I think there's still a path for Haley, and we'll just have to see.
I mean, for as nationalized as this race has become, it is ending in a very local way right here in Detroit, right here in Wayne County. You could feel the energy pick up here a little bit when some of those absentee ballots came in from Wayne County. How important is Detroit to Haley Stevens?
Well, Detroit, Wayne County, I mean, certainly she has a lot of support. She's done a lot of great work in terms of manufacturing and jobs and civil rights and fighting for voting rights and so on. The whole state's important to both of them, but I think particularly Metro Detroit is very important to Haley.
As you've been traveling around the state with Congresswoman Stevens, I saw you last night in Grand Rapids. You know that this has been a divisive Democratic race, there's no doubt. Regardless of who wins in the coming hours or days, what do Democrats have to do? And are you concerned at all about these divisions lingering?
Well, one of the things that's frustrating to me is there's been a national debate layered on top of what is a Michigan race. We want to hold this seat for Michigan. We want to be the ones that stop Mike Rogers, make sure Donald Trump doesn't get another Supreme Court nominee, and we bring down costs. And so from my standpoint, the most important thing is beating Mike Rogers. I will support Abdul. I will support Haley. I know Haley feels the same way. I hope Abdul does as well, because what we've got to do is unite. This is a primary. This is not the final election. I mean, we should be aimed at November and Mike Rogers, who stands with Donald Trump and does whatever he wants, including agreeing to keep a bridge shut down between Canada and the U.S. just because Donald Trump got paid a bunch of money from the folks that have the other bridge. And Mike Rogers said Donald Trump was right. I mean, so we want a Michigan person.
I mean, are you concerned that Mike Rogers has benefited from all of this, sitting back without having a race at this point? He's been able to define himself again, as Democrats have been fighting pretty viciously.
Well, the person that doesn't have the primary always benefits, for sure. And so this has been tough. The good news is everybody agrees about health care, getting people more health care. Everybody agrees about lowering costs. Everybody agrees about taking on Donald Trump and his corruption. And all of the basics people agree on. People in the Democratic Party all agree. And we're going to come together because we have to. Because I believe that the future of the country is on the line here, and that Michigan has got to show that we're still a blue state when it comes to the United States Senate.
Well, Senator, thank you very much for your time. And still, we are here in Detroit watching the votes in Wayne County, and this could take a while.
Drink some coffee. It's going to be a while.
Great. Senator, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Laura, we'll throw it back to you.
Drink some coffee, she says. We've got time, everyone. Jeff Zeleny, thank you so much for taking a quick break here, but there's much more ahead as our John King works through the results coming in at the Magic Wall, so stay with us. We are following the Democratic Senate primary results in Michigan, where progressive candidate Abdul El-Sayed has a narrow lead over Congresswoman Haley Stevens. I want to check back in with John King at the Magic Wall. John, what are you seeing?
Seeing that narrow but consistent lead. Bounces a little bit, but it's stayed around 20, now 23,166 votes. It's 50 to 47 if you round it up. So it's a very competitive race. You're looking at the map. The light blue is El-Sayed, the dark blue is Stevens, and you just see it sprinkled throughout the counties of Michigan. Laura, a very competitive race. Here's where we're waiting most of all Wayne County, Detroit, I'm a bit of a broken record, but it's about 18% of the population statewide. It is the African American community. It is the Arab American community. It is the biggest basket, if you will, strongest source of votes for the Democratic base. And we're only at about 44% in Wayne County. Haley Stevens is leading in Wayne County. This is why you wait and watch here with 55% to 42% if you round up. If that stayed consistent as we get through the 56% of the vote we're still waiting for, that's the possibility, right? That is the possibility of the math to come back and make up the gap. If, then you pull out to the rest of the state and you're watching this play out. Just want to show you just north, the second largest county in Michigan is Oakland County, remarkably competitive here. Stevens, though, pulling ahead a little bit. It's also helped her close the gap a bit as you move up. Her congressional district is here in Oakland County, and she now has a lead there, where early on that was very competitive, a 5-point edge there. But El Sayed, over in blue-collar Macomb County, has had a consistent lead throughout the night, although we're still at 44% waiting. Don't want to waste too much of your time as we wait, Laura, but let me just bring this up and show you how we watch from here on out. So this is the live outstanding votes if you look at the bubbles, right? So you're seeing the bubbles wide right now. I'm just going to stretch the map. Forgive me for turning my back, but I just want to stretch the map out a little bit to show you. The larger the bubble, the largest percentage of outstanding votes. So if you see a big bubble, that means we're waiting for more votes there. Where's that bubble? Wayne County. That's Detroit. Michigan has always been slow in the 40 years I've been doing this. Wayne County is notoriously slow for counting votes. The biggest bubble is here. That is Haley Stevens at the moment. The darker blue means she's been winning. Doesn't mean she'll continue, but winning the bulk of the votes there. But you also see some El Sayed bubbles here. That's Macomb County. And over here, that's Washtenaw to the left where the University of Michigan is. So if you're Stevens, you're looking at that big, giant, outstanding bubble in Detroit and saying, I need that to come back in the race. If you're El Sayed, you're waiting to see more precincts come in there, but you're saying, okay, I may have a cushion to offset it. So you come back out to the math. We bring it up full. We take this off. 57% of the vote in, 22,000 votes if you round that up a little bit. Competitive, and if you're in the Stevens campaign, Laura, this comes down. Yes, a lot of votes elsewhere. She needs to hold a giant chunk of Detroit, Wayne County, as that continues to come in to make up the math.
Narrow but consistent. We'll be watching. John King, thank you so much. We're also watching another race testing Democrats' position on Israel and AIPAC. Congressman Wesley Bell fending off former squad member and Democratic Socialist Cori Bush. So what does that mean for the DSA? The panel's coming back next.
You know what? There is a lot of noise that you hear during campaigns. There's a lot of chatter, there's national headlines, and everybody has an opinion. But we approach this from in a very simple way. We are going to work for the people right here in St. Louis.
Missouri Democratic Congressman Wesley Bell celebrating his primary victory tonight in another race that became a kind of litmus test between the establishment and progressives. CNN projects that Bell will easily beat former Congresswoman and Democratic Socialist Cori Bush. Bush represented the 1st congressional district for 4 years before Bell beat her in 2024 in a race that was dominated by spending from outside groups. My panel is back with me. I mean, Nia, 2 years ago, Bell beat Bush by only 6 points. Tonight, it's a blowout. What has changed so significantly?
Well, listen, Bush was hoping that, there was sort of a pendulum swing and that she would be carried by some of the Democratic Socialist energy and some of the anti-Israel, anti-AIPAC sentiment that we see in a lot of these races. But I think one of the things about Cori Bush, and you sort of heard Bill refer to it there when he said he was going to focus on his district. I think there was an idea among some folks in that district that Bush had gotten a little too global, maybe, and sort of focusing on other issues. She, of course, was a member of the squad. So I think there was some souring on her among voters in that district, that she was sort of distracted by issues that weren't sort of the kitchen table day-to-day issues. This guy, Bell, over the last couple of years, obviously has a connection with that community. They both came up sort of in reaction to Ferguson, right? Both of them are activists. And so you had Bush. not surprised in a way that Bush lost. She, in some ways, kind of had some baggage, a little bit of a messy congresswoman when she was in. So I think some of that stuff just sort of caught up with her when she lost before, and then wasn't able to overcome it again here with a blowout.
Let's talk about AIPAC, because I think it's an important point. We've seen it all across the country. I mean, the New York Times reports that AIPAC has spent more than $67 million on races just this year, mainly on Democrat primaries like Missouri, Michigan, and they targeted Cori Bush in 2024. But, you know, both El Sayed and Bush sort of campaigned on the idea of getting this sort of money outside, out of politics. Why do you think El Sayed resonated more than Bush?
Well, first off, there's a racial component to this. And, you know, in both races, the pro-Israel candidate found a lot more support among black voters. Black voters are more devout than white Democrats are, and they have more connection to Israel, and they're more on the side of Israel in this. And let's not forget, AIPAC's money is American citizens.
Black voters are more on the side of Israel, you're saying?
Yes, black Democrats are more on the side of Israel than white Democrats are. That's why you're seeing Haley Stevens in a race where that issue became central, doing so well in Detroit tonight, and why in St. Louis this race wasn't close. Cori Bush said 2 years ago she was going to tear AIPAC's kingdom down 2 years from now. And it seems like the reverse has happened. And, you know, I watched this issue. I've done work for AIPAC before, and these are American citizens who are making contributions about American foreign policy, just like people who give to the League of Conservation Voters want us in the Paris Climate Accords. That's a piece of foreign policy, and American citizens give money there too. And what has happened on the Democrat Party with them is just shameful, in my opinion.
Hogg, what's your reaction to that?
Well, I think we're seeing actually quite the opposite of what you're talking about, at least in Donovan McKinney's race, which is it has a sizable black population. He's in Detroit, and he's pulling ahead right now, increasingly with about 40% of the results in, where he's now 5% ahead of Sri Tanadar in that race. And I think ironically for Donovan McKinney, he's actually benefiting partially by increased voter turnout in the black community and in anti-incumbency sentiment in other parts of that district, and kind of riding the waves of both Abdul and Haley at the same time. And I think that's part of the reason he may win. And I also think when we're dealing with groups like AIPAC that have $60 million to spend, like you just mentioned, you know, the progressive movement does not have that kind of money, and they have to be more strategic in the races. We have to be more strategic in the races that we're involved in, and we do not have. Alex Soros has not given us $60 million to spend on Cori Bush, to be clear.
The largest contributor in American politics, though.
What do you mean?
If you look at the newspaper studies,
Alex Soros is not going out there and spending $60 million to support Cori Bush or Abdul al-Sayed. That's not happening right now, period. It's not.
I'll tell you what
like,
the polls
that's just
say.
the facts right there. And what we're seeing is the progressive movement, unlike in 2016, and I would argue in some ways like 2018, we are much more in lockstep of how we're using resources than we were back then, and we have substantially more new media that's out there. We have groups like DropSite and other news sites that are not just part of the mainstream media anymore, and that's where a lot of these young people are getting their information, and these candidates are able to raise their money. But when you're going up against a group that can spend that kind of money on an election, you're not going to win every single race, so you have to pick your battles.
There was an earlier point you made, and I want you guys to respond to it, and that's the idea of that the amount of money that needs to be spent to support you is an indication essentially of weakness as opposed to strength. How do you square that with voters who may fail in some respects to understand the true machine that is politics and what it takes to have a general election against the frustration of people seeing the influx of so much money in politics?
Yeah, well, I think one question is how effectively, or one mechanism to judge how effective this can be is this line of argument can be is how effectively a candidate can weaponize it against their opponent. A lot of this is a messaging question. I would argue that Abdul al-Sayed has weaponized it quite effectively against Haley Stevens. He's really made this a centerpiece of the race, and people are across the board frustrated with the amount of money in politics. And then you layer onto that frustration in the Democratic Party with U.S. policy with regard to Israel, and it's become central in the race. But the point you're making is, you know, there's across the board, there is money in politics. There is too much money in politics. That is almost a universally held position. And so the question is really, can candidates effectively weaponize it against their opponent before their opponent turns around and weaponizes it against them, before we have actual meaningful campaign finance reform, and we get a lot of this corporate and special interest money out of politics. The other thing I would say in talking about Missouri is we should give Wesley Bell some credit for running a good race. I mean, candidates matter. Connection with your community and your constituents matters. And Wesley Bell has clearly, over the 2 years he's been in office, built strong relationships and was able to run a campaign really focused on questions of affordability and kitchen table issues and safety and crime and
so you don't see this as a
feeling
DSA establishment candidate distinction in Missouri.
Well, I would argue. I mean, I guess I would argue that if we're going to extract lessons, that one of the lessons is running a campaign focused on affordability, focused on kitchen table issues, rather than, I think this is sort of what Nia was getting at in the beginning, rather than a campaign focused on these bigger global issues, is actually a way to win with voters across the country who just want to know what you're going to do for their lives.
Well, it's important to point out, too, the ads that AIPAC was making for Wesley Bell was him saying that he is the progressive in the race over and over and over and over and over again, which is a far cry from what it was back when he originally won. When AIPAC makes their ads, it's almost never actually about Israel. It's always about whatever the worst polling thing is for the opponent or the best polling thing is for the person that they're supporting. And the ads that he was running was pitching him as the progressive.
Everyone, thank you. We have so much more. Alex Michelson will pick up the election coverage coming up next.